The universe furnace produced many ordinary-grade open heaven pills, but only 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were created. Xianxia had left a mark on all 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills in advance, and by using his great sun and moon marks, he could sense where these pills were once they were within a certain distance from him. Thus, he figured that as long as he was not completely down on his luck, he should be able to make this a fruitful trip, though he could not be certain how many supreme-grade open heaven pills he would ultimately get. Nevertheless, he did not expect it to be this easy for him to get the first supreme-grade open heaven pill. All he had done was tail a territory lord in secret, and not only did he get one of the pills, but he even reunited with his monster self. All he needed now was to reunite with his human self as well. Once all 3 of them were together, they would even have a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. Inside the universe furnace, the only ones who posed a threat to Xianxia were the pseudo-royal lords and the chaos spirit kings. The latter was more powerful than the former as their strength was equivalent to that of a true royal lord or Ninth Order masters. However, the humans did not know for certain whether chaos spirit kings existed as the information they had came from Bloodcrow, and it was only a guess of his. Either way, Xianxia now had 2 goals to accomplish inside the universe furnace. The first was to carry on searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills, and the second was to find his human self. He next quietened down and studied the item in his hand. The spirit pill had an extraordinary appearance. The multicolored light glowed freely, but the Tao currents were subdued. It's a valuable treasure, all right? It deserves its reputation as the most precious opportunity. Even though Xianxia had witnessed the birth of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, he could not move at the time and could not use his powers freely either, so he did not know much about these pills. They had scattered into the distance the moment they were created, and Xianxia's hopes of getting an early advantage had been dashed. Thunder Shadow was also studying it carefully out of curiosity. Xianxia's thoughtful expression was reflected in Thunder Shadow's amber eyes, and the latter reminded worriedly, "This isn't something to be eaten. It needs to be absorbed into the small universe and refined." He was afraid that Xianxia did not know how it worked, and it would be hugely ironic if Xianxia ended up swallowing the spirit pill just like that. According to information provided by Bloodcrow, the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace differed from the ones humans made. The latter was created to mimic the former as the humans had studied the medicinal efficacies and found a way to create open heaven pills after countless years of trials and experimentations. However, at the end of the day, the open heaven pills created by the human race were still completely different from the ones created by the universe furnace. The open heaven pills made by the humans were consumed and refined. It would then provide a boost to the heritage of an open heaven realm master's small universe. That was not the case for the ones from the universe furnace. Those needed to be absorbed into the small universe, and the cultivators would need to rely on the strength of their small universe to refine them. Xianxia was now at the peak of his martial Tao, and his small universe was wrapped inside an invisible layer of shackles that made it impossible to grow any bigger. However, with the help of the spirit pill in his hand right now, those shackles would disappear and his small universe could continue expanding again. As one's small universe grew larger, one's heritage would also increase. This was the right way to use the innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace, and this was why the pill could help an open heaven realm master break through their natural limits. Xianxia had already read about these things from the jade slip Liao Zheng had given him earlier, so he knew better than to make a reckless attempt. Then again, does it work on you? Thunder Shadow asked. Xianxia sighed. I don't think so. Although he had not refined the open heaven pill, he had a feeling that it would not do him any good. Even if he did absorb it into his small universe, it would not be able to help him reach the Ninth Order. Despite holding this open heaven pill in his hand, the barrier around his small universe did not react at all. If the spirit pill did work on him, then this invisible layer would show some kind of reaction in response to the spirit pill's aura. Perhaps this had something to do with the disadvantages of the open heaven realm method and the 3-self source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang gave him. The open heaven realm method was flawed, but the martial ancestors were not to blame for this. They had relied on the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method before teaching it to the rest of the human race, which allowed the humans to have a fighting chance against the monster race and the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The humans of today would not exist in the same way if it had not been for Tsong and the other martial ancestors. Nevertheless, the martial ancestors failed to achieve full enlightenment of the martial Tao, as there was one part that was hidden inside the universe furnace from then, making it impossible to comprehend outside. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was able to make up for the imperfections of the open heaven realm method and complete one's martial Tao, which allowed a cultivator to break through their limits. However, the three-selves source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang taught Xianxia was a result of Shi's many years of hard work and effort in his attempts to comprehend the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Out of the 10 martial ancestors, Shi's ability to formulate secret arts and techniques was the best. If it had not been for that, the sinister, heaven-defying ability of heaven-devouring battle law would not exist. He was the one who came up with the three-self source reconstitution art to deal with the imperfections of the open heaven realm method. Thus, once Xianxia chose this path of cultivation, his martial Tao had been set, and it differed from those that cultivated strictly using the open heaven realm method. Thus, the supreme grade open heaven pill, which was able to complete the martial Tao of the open heaven realm method, was meaningless to him. Once Xianxia realized this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered if this meant that Wu Kuang had screwed him over. If Xianxia had not cultivated the three-self source reconstitution art and created his human self and monster self, then he would have been able to become a ninth-order master by simply looking for a safe place to absorb and refine the spirit pill he had with him now. Once that happened, his heritage would be enough for him to march through the universe furnace world without a care in the world. Neither pseudo-royal lords nor chaos spirit kings would pose any threat to him. Yet now, despite having such a treasure with him, he could not do anything with it. That being said, Xianxia knew he had chosen this path himself. At the time, this path was fraught with risks as no one had ever walked it before, but it still represented hope, so he had unhesitantly stepped onto it. No one knew when the universe furnace would surface again, and the human race greatly needed ninth-order masters to secure their future. Xianxia was stuck at the peak of the eighth-order open heaven realm and could not break through his limits. Since there was a possible solution, he had to try it. Wu Kuang had meant well. No one could be blamed for this situation. It was simply one of life's cruel jokes. Who would have thought that the universe furnace would show up at such a crucial point in time, and that Xianxia would obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill so easily? Xianxia sighed and took out an exquisite wooden box. He stored the supreme-grade open heaven pill inside and placed several restrictions to keep it sealed up before carefully putting the box away. After taking a look around and seeing the swarm of jellyfish-like chaos entities who seemed to be floating along unconsciously, Xianxia used space principles to gather them. Thunder Shadow quietly took this all in as it wondered who the unlucky person would be. He had also gotten a taste of these jellyfish-like chaos entities' strange attack, and although it was not life-threatening, anyone who touched them would suffer a shock to their soul. Most importantly, it was impossible to detect them when they took on an invisible state. This made them an excellent weapon to use in stealth attacks or ambushes. Xianxia had already been tempted to take the gray fog that contained a sea of stars inside it when he ran into it earlier, but he could not accomplish that. Now that he ran into these jellyfish-like chaos entities, he was not going to hesitate. While collecting them, he began chatting with Thunder Shadow. Although Thunder Shadow was Xianxia's monster self, due to the uniqueness of the three-self source reconstitution art, Thunder Shadow was also an independent living being. After all, he had been born and had grown up just like any ordinary living being. He possessed all the same qualities as an independent existence had. However, as Thunder Shadow's strength grew, the seal that Xianxia had placed on the various pieces of information inside Thunder Shadow's soul slowly lifted, so he knew who he was and what his mission in life was. This was the same with Xianxia, who had long since become an eighth-order master, which meant that he knew everything he had to know. Right now, Xianxia was most likely searching for the whereabouts of Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. In all honesty, Xianxia did find it a little strange to be chatting with his monster self, but if he treated Thunder Shadow as an independent entity, then it no longer seemed odd. After becoming a great emperor, Thunder Shadow spent a long time cultivating inside the myriad monsters world. That was because it was the only place that allowed it to use his great emperor status to rapidly grow stronger. This continued until nearly 1,000 years ago when his strength hit a ceiling. That was when he came out and joined the battlefield to hunt down enemies. Thunder Shadow spoke mostly of Qin Shui as he undoubtedly cared a lot about the Seventh Order Master who took care of him when he first started out. He was constantly worried that something bad might happen to her during the imminent battle ahead of them. All of a sudden, Thunder Shadow asked, "Will the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art really allow you to become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Xianxia continued gathering the jellyfish-like chaos entities as he said, "No one has ever tried before, so there's no way of knowing whether it will work. However, since it's something that sure derived back then, it should work." "Wu Kuang's no saint," Thunder Shadow scoffed. Xianxia chuckled. "My trust isn't in Wu Kuang or Sure, but in myself. Even though the three selves have not reunited yet, I can sense that once that happens, it will indeed help me break through my limits. When the time comes, your human self and I will disappear for good. You are me. I am you. Combining as one doesn't mean you will disappear. You're wrong. You're you, your human self is you, and I am you, but you are not us. There's a difference." Xianxia frowned. Thunder Shadow licked his paw. "What's the matter? Is this topic too heavy for you? Relax. The human self and I both understand our purpose. When the time comes, neither one of us will hesitate." "That's not it." Xianxia sighed and closed the portal to his small universe. "These jellyfish-like chaos entities are polluting my small universe. I can't keep too many of them." He had been too simplistic in his thinking. After entering his small universe, the jellyfish-like chaos entities kept giving off that strange energy to attack his soul. Xianxia had the soul-warming lotus for protection, so he was not afraid of that. However, these chaos entities were made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence, and to Xianxia that was like the harshest of impurities that could contaminate his small universe. If he took in too many of these chaos entities, it would affect his small universe's stability. He had been thinking about taking in all of the jellyfish-like chaos entities here, but from the looks of it now, he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Xianxia thus only kept the small number that he was still able to suppress, as it would be hard for him to carry on doing so if he took in any more of them. Xianxia made his way through the void with a tiny, feline monster race master sitting on his shoulder. It was his monster self, Thunder Shadow. Alas, Xianxia found it lamentable that he could not take too many of the jellyfish-like chaos entities with him, and left the place with Thunder Shadow in tow. Initially, he wanted Thunder Shadow to give him a ride as he wanted to experience what it was like to have a mount. But Thunder Shadow refused. Instead, he shrunk down and took a seat on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia could not do anything about it. Since Thunder Shadow did not want to do it, Xianxia was not going to force him. At this moment, Xianxia looked somewhat hesitant as he held a miniature black ink nest in his hand. This was one of his spoils after killing all those territory lords. After inspecting it up close, he confirmed that it was a low-rank black ink nest. However, since it could be used to communicate inside the universe furnace, it meant that there had to be a mid-rank black ink nest somewhere inside this space to use as a hub for the Black Ink clan's communications. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to use the Black Ink nest space to communicate. Now that Xianxia had this small black ink nest with him, he could use it to spy on the Black Ink clan and glean some useful information. The only thing he had to worry about was if the Black Ink clan realized something and sealed the Black Ink nest space with him inside. If that happened, his soul would also be trapped and he would not be able to escape. He had experienced this once before, but fortunately for him, he had been protected by the soul-warming lotus. At that time, he managed to kill and injure quite a number of territory lords and Black Ink disciples with soul-rending thorns. That was what eventually forced the Black Ink clan to undo the seal, which allowed him to escape. At the time, Xianxia was still part of the Great Evolution Army, so the situation was not quite the same. He was inside the universe furnace now, and if his soul did get sealed up, it would hinder him from accomplishing his goals in this place. After mulling it over for a short while, Xianxia sighed and crushed the miniature black ink nest. He was certain that the Black Ink clan would have their guard up against the possibility of someone spying on them. If he did enter the Black Ink nest with his soul, he might end up falling into their trap. Just to be safe, it was better for him to avoid stirring up any possible trouble. Just then, The void began to rumble and shake. Xianxia immediately halted and took in the surroundings with his senses. Thunder Shadow, who was sitting on Xianxia's shoulder, also turned solemn as he said quietly, "The first evolution is happening." Evolution was the word used to describe the change that would happen with the chaotic shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace. Such changes would happen a total of 9 times, and once all 9 were complete, the environment inside the universe furnace would become vastly different. It was also the signal that the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace was about to come to an end. Blood Crow was the one who provided the humans with this information. He had first-hand experience from the previous time the universe furnace emerged, and although he did not get a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was not a part of any major fights back then, he did manage to come back out of the universe furnace alive. Furthermore, thanks to what he found, he easily broke through and reached the 8th Order open heaven realm. The jade slip that Liao Zheng gave Xianxia not only mentioned the different grades of open heaven pills and the existence of the chaos entities, but it also included information about the changes and evolutions that happened within the universe furnace. The universe furnace was filled with shattered Tao essences, and anyone who entered would immediately sense that. Due to the effects of these shattered Tao essences, the environment inside the universe furnace was similarly chaotic and disorganized. Even time and space were both less defined in this space, allowing for a large number of chaos entities to be born. It was possible that an environment like this would not affect the Black Ink clan much. Their bodies were made up of Mo's creation force and they did not cultivate the Grand Tao. However, the environment did affect the human race masters greatly, especially concerning their Tao strengths. In the outside world, Tao strengths filled every single corner of the universe. Open Heaven Realm Masters could harness their own Tao strengths to resonate with the universe's Grand Tao, which allowed them to channel part of that strength. However, inside the universe furnace, the Grand Tao was shattered and Tao essence was chaotic, so there was nothing they could use to enhance their own attacks. Only the humans' physical strength and the world force inside their small universes were not affected. Xianxia's body with his dragon vein was not affected by him being inside the universe furnace, and his ability to use the world force from his small universe was not affected either. However, when trying to manipulate local space principles or time principles, their effects would be weaker here. That being said, this did not affect the human masters too much as they relied mainly on their own power when engaged in battle. Nevertheless, they were still weakened to a certain extent. However, the environment inside the universe furnace was not static. Each time the universe furnace showed up, the world inside would undergo 9 rounds of Grand Tao evolution. Blood Crow had no clue as to why this happened or why 9 times instead of 8 or 7, but either way, that was what happened. As a result of each evolution, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace would slowly become more refined, and after all 9 times, the shattered Tao essence would have changed into a complete and structured Tao essence. This change had a direct and significant impact on the universe furnace world. Upon entering the universe furnace, everyone felt that the world inside was vast and boundless, but that was mainly due to the haziness in the dimensions of time and space. If one was unable to define the structure they were inside, it was impossible to determine its size or scope. However, as the shattered Tao essence gradually became more and more refined, the space would also become more clearly defined. When it came to this space, the disorder of the universe furnace before would slowly morph into one that could be defined and measured through the continuous rounds of evolution. And this was only the shallowest of the changes that happened. Blood Crow said that during his last foray into the universe furnace, after 9 rounds of evolution, the universe furnace started feeling as if it was a real great territory, and countless universe worlds popped up inside at some point. Every one of the universe worlds had been filled with the aura of new life. He could not figure out where those universe worlds came from and could only speculate that they were a result of the rounds of evolution. This was how the environment inside the universe furnace was changed by the evolution of the Grand Tao. For both the humans and the Black Ink clan who came in, this change greatly affected them. The universe furnace world was currently boundless and never-ending. Even though many masters from the 2 races had entered, it was not that easy to encounter anyone else, be it an ally or an enemy. Most of the time, they would brush past others without even knowing about it despite being fairly near to each other. However, with each round of evolution, the shattered Tao essence slowly became more refined, and the environment inside the universe furnace world would grow clearer. Bloodcrow even suspected that the universe furnace world that emerged after all 9 rounds of evolution was the true nature of the universe furnace world, and everything that had been visible before that could simply be an illusion. It was as if the real environment had been shrouded by a layer of fog. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan sent many of their masters into the universe furnace, with some 7 million or so Black Ink clansmen entering from the entrance in the barren territory alone. With so many living beings inside a single great territory, the chances of running into each other increased manifold. Thus, inside the universe furnace, it was rare to have a major fight break out during the early evolutions. Most of the time, it would simply be one-on-one fights, or perhaps skirmishes between small groups. However, as the evolutions continued, the space inside the universe furnace world slowly became more defined and the seemingly boundless area would become a lot more crowded. There was no way of discerning the pattern of evolution. No one knew when the next evolution would happen, but whenever it did, there were clear signs. Right now, Xianxia was standing still as he took in the changes to the environment and found that the information had been accurate. The shattered Tao essence that made up the universe furnace world had become ever so slightly more refined. It was not a significant change, but it had indeed changed. Why would there be an evolution of Tao essence inside the universe furnace? Xianxia had pondered this question when he first received the information from Liao Zhang. But he could not think of a reason why, so he decided to wait until he experienced the evolution for himself to see whether he could learn anything from it. Alas, he was just as clueless as before. In just a few moments, the rumbling stopped. The evolution had started abruptly, and it stopped just as quickly. Xianxia tried to use his divine sense to scout around him and realized that it was a little better now. He could inspect a greater radius around him, though it was still far less than the maximum he could perceive outside. The shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace was still a great hindrance to his ability to search and inspect from a distance. "I sense murderous intent," Thunder Shadow suddenly growled. He crouched defensively on Xianxia's shoulder as lightning began to spark across his skin. Xianxia was startled. He nearly wondered whether Thunder Shadow had made a mistake when he abruptly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. Just as Xianxia noticed the newcomer, the latter noticed him as well and sent his aura forward. Upon realizing that it was Xianxia, the newcomer was shocked and elated as he roared, "Hand over the open heaven pill, Xianxia." As soon as Xianxia heard what was said, he figured out what was going on. It was clear that the territory lords who were fighting against Thunder Shadow had called for reinforcements, but this one had arrived too late. The territory lords were dead and Xianxia had the open heaven pill. Thus, this master from the Black Ink clan followed the traces left behind and chased Xianxia and Thunder Shadow down. Xianxia did waste some time collecting the jellyfish-like chaos entities after all. The newcomer was a pseudo-royal lord. Otherwise, he would not have been as overbearing as he was when he realized it was Xianxia. The moment the pseudo-royal lord's aura shot towards Xianxia, the latter was able to figure out how strong his opponent was. After swiftly gauging both their powers, Xianxia immediately came to a conclusion. He could not defeat this one. Xianxia had crossed paths with pseudo-royal lords many times. Even though he managed to slaughter Di Wu in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, he only did so thanks to many favorable conditions and advantages of the terrain they fought on, so it was hard for him to repeat that feat. Previously, when he was outside the no-return pass, Mo Nai had managed to hunt him down until he had nowhere to hide. Thus, Xianxia knew full well the power differential between him and a pseudo-royal lord. He did have Thunder Shadow with him now, but he knew a fight would only result in unnecessary loss. Therefore, Xianxia swiftly decided to flee as he began manipulating space principles. While the shattered Tao essence around him did affect his use of space principles, it also interfered with divine sense, so he did not need to travel nearly as far to escape the perception of a pseudo-royal lord. In this way, the suppression from the environment affected all of them equally. Xianxia even felt leisurely enough to still be in awe at his monster self, Thunder Shadow. He knew that in terms of strength, he was a lot stronger than his monster self, but Thunder Shadow had sensed the murderous intent before Xianxia noticed the pseudo-royal lord's presence. Is it because of how innately sensitive those from monster race are? Since the birth of the vast universe, there have been three important eras in history. The primordial era where the divine spirits ruled over everything under the heavens, the early ancient era where the monster race trod the lands freely, and the late ancient era where the human race rose to dominance. Each era had thousands upon thousands of wonderful chapters, and each one represented the favorite of the heavenly way at the time. As a race that represented an era, each of them had their unique characteristics. For the monster race, their biggest advantage was their strong physical bodies, keen perception, and diverse clans. Thunder Shadow was the monster self created by Yang Kai using the three selves source reconstitution art, but since birth, he had been living in myriad monster world, filled with ancient aura. He grew up in an environment where they obeyed the law of the jungle. Furthermore, he cultivated the monster race's primal art, which could be said to be no different from the great monsters of the early ancient era. The only difference was the era they lived in. Thunder Shadow was actually very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against so many territory lords alone. Only Yang Kai's true body was just so strong that his light covered the sharpness of his claws. It was only through innate keen perception that Thunder Shadow was able to alert Yang Kai before the latter noticed anything unusual. A pseudo-royal lord was chasing them, and since the two of them were not his opponent, they had no choice but to leave first. However, just as Yang Kai was about to make his escape using his space principles, he suddenly changed his mind, though he still activated his space principles, shifting the void slightly around him. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him panicked and slammed a palm out at Yang Kai's location from afar, not caring whether or not he could even stop the latter with this blow. There was no way for him to not panic. After all, he received news from several territory lords telling him that they had discovered an open heaven pill, but a monster race leopard was keeping them at bay, making it difficult for them to get their hands on it. The leopard was strong, and he also heard that it seemed to be one of monster race's great emperors from the myriad monster world called Thunder Shadow. This was not because the Black Ink clan had a strong intelligence network, but mainly because Thunder Shadow had been baring his fangs too fiercely since descending the mountain and had even killed several territory lords. Thus, his existence was recorded by the top members of the Black Ink clan. The pseudo-royal lord was always looking over the no-return pass, and even though he was usually engrossed with fighting against Monai for power, for many years, he had not made much progress. As he could not gain the royal lord's attention, he could only check for more information around the place and return to report. Coincidentally, this pseudo-royal lord was the third pseudo-royal lord of the Black Ink clan, Meng Ke. The first pseudo-royal lord to be created by the Black Ink clan was Di Wu, who was killed by Yang Kai at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. The second was Monai, and Meng Ke was the third. Compared with Di Wu's vigor and Monai's intellect, the third pseudo-royal lord remained obscure. Without even mentioning the humans, even the Black Ink clan knew very little about his existence despite him being active for over 1,000 years, which made him depressed. That was the reason why Meng Ke had been wanting to do something big, something to promote himself and to establish his position. The best he could hope for was to trample Monai under his foot. Unfortunately, the royal lord never gave him a chance, and before he even had the time to show his strengths, the universe furnace came into existence. Due to the large outpour of innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, who brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them, the Black Ink clan now had more than enough resources to create more pseudo-royal lords. Thus, the royal lord decisively gathered all the veteran innate territory lords, who were in good condition to create a large batch of pseudo-royal lords. Originally, Meng Ke and Monai were the only pseudo-royal lords, so he only needed to focus on Monai in their battle of wits and courage. Even if he was largely unknown, Meng Ke was still the left or right arm of the royal lord, but with the increase in their pseudo-royal lords, his presence became insignificant. So, when he received a message from several territory lords that an open heaven pill was discovered, he rushed over without delay. That open heaven pill was the greatest opportunity for the humans. As long as he could get it and destroy it, then he could prevent the humans from gaining another Ninth Order Master. Such a great feat would be enough to make him stand out among all of the pseudo-royal lords. However, when Meng Ke arrived, he discovered that the territory lords had all been killed, All that was left behind was a large amount of black ink strength from their deaths. Furthermore, the rumored open heaven pill was nowhere to be found. Following the faint traces left behind, Meng Ke pursued the culprits until he happened upon Yang Kai. There was also a small black leopard crouching on Yang Kai's shoulder. Instantly, Meng Ke realized that Yang Kai must undoubtedly be the one who killed those territory lords, and the missing open heaven pill must have fallen into his hands. Meng Ke was overjoyed. Snatching an open heaven pill was a great enough achievement as it was, but if he could take advantage of this situation to cull Yang Kai, then his position in the Black Ink clan would definitely rise beyond Mo Nayez. When that time came, he would stand under Mo alone and above all his other clansmen. After all, Mo Nayi had been fighting with Yang Kai for so many years but still failed to deal with him. Instead, the Black Ink clan suffered a lot from that struggle. They had lost not only resources but also many masters along the way. If Meng Ke could kill Yang Kai, then would that not be proof enough that he was superior to Mo Nayi? But soon, Meng Ke remembered that killing Yang Kai was no easy task. This human was indeed not as strong as he was, but he was proficient in the Tao of space and unparalleled when it came to escaping. Even a royal lord could do nothing to Yang Kai if the latter was determined to flee. If he were to run away here, then where was he supposed to go to look for him? In a panic, Meng Ke threw out a palm from afar. Space principles surged, turning the local space upside down. But the instant when Yang Kai's body was about to disappear, the palm came down just in time. Yang Kai sprayed out a mist of blood from his mouth and turned over to glare at Meng Ke, who had attacked him from behind with hatred in his eyes. Space principles surged once more with his figure blurred. Meng Ke shouted anxiously, "Coward! Don't run!" But it was to no avail. He could only watch as Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. He instantly felt chagrined beyond words, realizing he had acted too hastily. If he had known this would happen, he would have snuck over quietly and taken Yang Kai down in one swoop instead of announcing his presence. However, for a pseudo-royal lord like him who had to rely on the Black Ink clan's source fusion technique, it was impossible to perfectly control his own power, meaning his aura could not be hidden and stealth was not an option. The auras of pseudo-royal lords like him were always on in a striking display wherever they went, just like fireflies in the night. He searched everywhere by instinct to try and find Yang Kai, but soon, Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment before rushing in a certain direction. He was actually able to find Yang Kai's location. This time, his target's instantaneous movement did not take him too far away. Meng Ke had no idea whether it was due to the hit he managed to land earlier or because of this special environment, but no matter what the reason was, this situation was favorable to him. In that direction, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and focused on flying forward. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow watched him with narrowed eyes and curiously asked, "You're not this pathetic, are you? What are you trying to do?" He had clearly caught on to some clues. If Yang Kai truly intended to leave just now, then there was no way he would have allowed Meng Ke's palm to hit him. In other words, the current situation was all part of Yang Kai's plans. "You and I are of one mind, so why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Kai laughed. Thunder Shadow curled its lips. "I can't be bothered. What's more, you should understand that though I am born from a part of your soul, reborn as your monster self, my living environment and experiences since young have been very different from yours, so my character and temperament are different from yours, the true body." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Naturally, I know that, but fundamentally you still originated from me, so you should be able to guess what I'm thinking. Don't be lazy to use your head just because you're born a monster." Thunder Shadow snorted and said after a moment, "Are you baiting him?" Yang Kai nodded and his expression turned serious. To compete with the humans for the Universe Furnace's opportunity, the Black Ink clan have created many pseudo-royal lords. We would be safe even if we were to face a pseudo-royal lord, but if we shook him off, he would surely go find others instead, and they may not be able to deal with him. So, if I can lead him around, it will at least stop him from starting trouble with someone else instead. Thunder Shadow nodded. The Black Ink clan have indeed spent a lot of their resources. Currently, the innate territory lords outside have all been recalled to the no-return pass, most likely for the creation of pseudo-royal lords. Xianxia sighed. Many innate territory lords have also come out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, which gives the Black Ink clan the confidence to make such a gamble. Those innate territory lords are all injured and would not be of great use to them for the time being, but as long as they recuperate for 100 to 200 years, then they should be back to peak condition. After a pause, Xianxia turned his head to look at the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him. This guy should not be a newly created pseudo-royal lord. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the one who was hiding in the no-return pass all this time. Even though a pseudo-royal lord was unable to exert the full power of a royal lord, as long as they lived for long enough, they could slowly gain more control over their strength, allowing them to display more of it. The palm from just now was very close in strength to what Immortality could display, so this was clearly not a new pseudo-royal lord. Combine that with the warning signs he felt outside of the no-return pass, it was not surprising for Xianxia to have such a guess. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow intertwined his aura closely with Xianxia's so that he could help the latter save some energy as he used space principles to move. It was only because Thunder Shadow was Xianxia's monster self that they could act in concert in such a way. Anyone else would not be able to achieve such a seamless blending of auras. Behind them, Meng Ke was chasing after the pair without pause, constantly closing the distance with Xianxia using his superior strength and speed. However, every time he reached a certain limit, Xianxia would disappear with instantaneous movement, appearing at the edge of Meng Ke's perception, and the loop would continue. If Immortality was here with his intelligence, he would surely have noticed something by now, but Meng Ke was far worse in comparison to Immortality when it came to wits, so not only was he not alerted to Xianxia's plans, he became enraged instead and was even more determined to kill Xianxia. Though one could say that Meng Ke could not best Immortality in terms of wisdom, one could also say that his understanding of Xianxia was far inferior. Thus, Meng Ke was consumed by his emotions, so the feeling of closing the distance repeatedly only to see Xianxia slip away was extremely irritating. The pair continued their chase through the void with Xianxia probing around in all directions at every moment. For him, his intentions were not only to keep this pseudo-royal lord on his tail to prevent him causing trouble to his allies. His true goal was to find someone who could help him turn the situation around so he could kill his pursuer. Facing such a pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia and Thunder Shadow were not his opponents even if they combined their strength. But as long as they could find 3 more 8th Order Masters to form a 5 elements formation, then it would be enough to contend with Meng Ke. The universe furnace world had just experienced its first evolution, but the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao essence had only slightly improved. This place was still vast and boundless, so wanting to find a helping hand in this sort of environment was going to be difficult. The other worry was that Xianxia might even attract other enemies before finding the help he needed. Based on the information he obtained from Liao Zhang and the others, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had appeared on the various battlefields, and there could be more of them. If he were to draw in another pseudo-royal lord, then even Xianxia would have trouble dealing with them. There was no helping it, however. He could only keep going with his plan. As he fled, Xianxia silently opened the portal of his small universe and quickly closed it again, his figure sweeping quickly away without any pause. He seemed to have done nothing, but Thunder Shadow, who was resting on his shoulder, was keenly aware of the moment his small universe's portal was opened. He even saw Xianxia release a jellyfish chaos entity that he had brought in earlier. The moment the chaos entity was released, it just happened to be in an illusory state and was imperceptible to one's eyes or divine sense, which was within Xianxia's calculations. Naturally, Thunder Shadow understood what Xianxia was trying to do, and he could not help but divert some of his attention to the rear alongside Xianxia. The next moment, when Meng Ke crossed the point where the trap was set, the chaos entity revealed itself, and as its body bloomed with multicolored light, Meng Ke naturally hit the jellyfish straight on. This was a great shock to Meng Ke. Even though he believed himself to be far stronger than Xianxia, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this powerful enemy who had been causing endless troubles for the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. During the chase, he was constantly on guard to avoid being taken by surprise. Yet, he never thought that he would still fall for Xianxia's trickery. The jellyfish-like chaos entity was one that Meng Ke had previously discovered at the place where the territory lords died. Back then, he did not examine them carefully, but now that he touched one, he could sense a shapeless, chaotic energy emanating from it that attacked his soul. Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment and threw his palm out by instinct, slapping away the chaos entity in his face. Up ahead, Thunder Shadow, who had seen everything clearly, licked its paws leisurely and commented, "Useful, but not very much so." Xianxia nodded. This jellyfish chaos entity emitted a very special type of energy that disrupted one's soul, and this shock was clearly powerful enough to affect the pseudo-royal lord behind them. Unfortunately, the disturbance the jellyfish caused was minimal. It was very different compared to the territory lords before, who fell into a complete daze after being hit by these chaos entities. This wasn't too much of a surprise, though, as the enemy was a pseudo-royal lord. In terms of cultivation alone, Meng Ke was no different from a Ninth Order master or true royal lord. Thus, he had great resistance towards such attacks. As such, Xianxia's plan to use his collected jellyfish chaos entities in the fight against this pseudo-royal lord fell apart. At the very most, these chaos entities could only hinder a pseudo-royal lord a little rather than become a key to attaining victory. In fact, regarding this pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia had at least two ways to deal with him on his own. However, the price he would have to pay was too great and not considered cost-effective in this situation. He would be better off trying to seek help instead. Going round and round in this universe furnace world where time and space were extremely blurred, three figures swiftly moved, one chasing and two fleeing, though only one of the latter was actually exerting any effort. It was not known just how much distance they had traversed or how long it had been. As long as Xianxia wanted to run, then Meng Ke would not be able to catch him, but he also could not bear to give up on a big fish like Xianxia, so he had no choice but to soldier on. After such an extended chase, Meng Ke had also garnered some clues from his enemy's actions. He may not be as smart as Xianxia, but he was still a pseudo-royal lord who had a lot of information about Xianxia and knew his habits and thoughts well. How could he not understand that Xianxia was purposefully leading him on after so long? Even though Meng Ke knew his enemy's intentions, he could not understand what Xianxia's ultimate plan was, or if he had a hidden plot beneath the chase, which made him feel slightly uneasy. As the chase continued, the void suddenly shook. The second evolution was emerging. Just like the first evolution, it came fast and left just as quickly, but after this evolution, the shattered Tao essence became a little bit more perfect. For Xianxia, who had great proficiency in the Tao of time and Tao of space, he had a greater intuition for such details compared to others. However, the helpers he needed were still nowhere to be found. Until a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly sensed the fallout of a fierce battle up ahead. Instantly, he had a bad premonition and focused his senses. Then his brow furrowed. After the second evolution, the interference he experienced during his search was less than before, and very soon Xianxia realized that the fight up ahead was between masters from the Black Ink clan and the human race. About 4 or 5 different auras were coming from the human side, all of them in the 8th order. To be able to converge in one place so quickly was obviously thanks to physical contact they must have shared while entering the universe furnace. However, the Black Ink clansmen opposing had one particularly powerful aura among them. Though it contained the strength of a royal lord, it was clearly a pseudo-royal lord. The worst situation Xianxia expected had happened. What Xianxia hoped most to encounter along this chase was a group of at least 3 8th Order masters traveling together. That way, alongside him and Thunder Shadow, they could easily form the 5 Elements formation and teach the pseudo-royal lord behind him some proper respect. With a 5 Elements formation, ordinary 8th Order masters could just about put up an even fight against a pseudo-royal lord, but with Xianxia serving as the core, the chances of defeating a pseudo-royal lord were relatively high. As for killing such an opponent, that would be a bit difficult. If they were to encounter 1 or 2 straggling 8th Orders, Xianxia could accept that too. However, this was what he feared most, where there were enough 8th Order masters to fight a pseudo-royal lord, but they were already encumbered. Seeing this and understanding the situation, Xianxia swiftly turned away, hoping to lure his pursuer away with him. The pursuing pseudo-royal lord's divine sense was not the least bit weaker than Xianxia's, so if Xianxia could detect the movements there, then Meng Ke, who was chasing him, should have felt them too. However, Meng Ke only hesitated for a moment before turning around and continuing to chase Yang Kai. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed this. This pseudo-royal lord did not seem very smart. If it were Mo Nai, he would not be coming after him. While thinking so, Meng Ke suddenly paused. Clearly, he had also realized something before shouting at Yang Kai from afar. "I'll go kill those humans first before coming back to deal with you." After venting his anger, Meng Ke immediately turned around and swept towards where the battle was taking place earlier. However, before he could get far, the space in front of him rippled and a figure emerged from within, holding a long spear that he immediately thrust out. Meng Ke seemed to have anticipated that this would happen and let out a hearty laugh before swinging his fist out to meet Yang Kai in battle. The spear shadow was smashed and Yang Kai was sent flying back while Meng Ke only staggered slightly, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. In the void, ripples were constantly forming at Yang Kai's back. He had activated space principles to try and defuse the force of the counterattack and was soon able to stabilize himself with a sigh. Even though this pseudo-royal lord was not very bright, he was not a complete fool either if he knew to threaten him with the lives of Eighth Order masters. If Yang Kai let him leave and join together with that other pseudo-royal lord up ahead, then the Eighth Order masters there would certainly be in danger. So, as soon as Meng Ke said those words, the chase was over, and the initiative also fell into Meng Ke's hands. This was the reason why Yang Kai was worried about encountering this situation, because once he did, he would be forced to fight with this pseudo-royal lord. This was not the outcome he wanted. Meng Ke was extremely pleased that he had successfully forced Yang Kai to face him head-on, and even felt that his idea was simply a stroke of genius. He studied Yang Kai carefully and his eyes shone as if he were looking at his own war trophy. He had seen Yang Kai before, but even though he had been stationed in the No-Return Pass all along, both times that Yang Kai caused a stir, Meng Ke had been an innate territory lord, so having to face a killing star like Yang Kai was not something he had confidence in back then. The number of innate territory lords who fell to Yang Kai's spear was in the hundreds. However, Meng Ke was now a pseudo-royal lord and naturally in a different state of mind. Despite having taken the initiative, Meng Ke did not let down his guard and turned to look around him. "Where is that leopard? Tell it to come out. I won't be accused of bullying you." Meng Ke did not see any trace of the leopard that was sitting on Yang Kai's shoulder previously, which made him suspicious. He had no idea what Yang Kai was planning by hiding it away. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, it would not be very pleasant for him if he were attacked from behind by a monster race master during a critical moment. Yang Kai curled his lip and kept silent. He just raised his spear in front of him and silently gathered his strength. Dealing with this pseudo-royal lord could mean losing his life at any moment, so he could not be sloppy. Meng Ke lost patience and sneered. "Good. No matter what plans you try to use, this will be your burial ground today. Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Ink Clan's Meng Ke." As soon as those words were said, he turned into a stream of dark light and lunged at Yang Kai. The next instant, two figures clashed with each other, and in the moment after that, a figure was sent flying out, golden blood pouring out of his mouth. It was Yang Kai. Even though he had fought with two pseudo-royal lords before and even killed Di Wu, it was Yang Kai's first time fighting a pseudo-royal lord head-on at full strength. During his fight with Di Wu, the latter had been suppressed by the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai had favorable conditions and an advantageous position, so that fight did not count for much. As for the fight against Mo Nai, most of it was just Yang Kai running away from him. During that time, Yang Kai was not in peak condition since he had fought against many innate territory lords earlier, so he no longer had the capital to battle Mo Nai. This was Yang Kai's first real clash with a pseudo-royal lord without either side having a distinct advantage. Meng Ke was very strong, and even though he could not exert his full strength, he was still not an enemy Yang Kai could fight against freely. Still, Yang Kai steadied himself and went all out. Compared to Yang Kai's cautious seriousness, Meng Ke was sighing in his heart. The killing star whose name resounded through the humans and Black Ink Clan was truly not comparable to ordinary Eighth Order masters. Before meeting Yang Kai, Meng Ke had met 3 other Eighth Order masters. One of them was alone, whereas the other 2 moved in a pair. However, faced with a pseudo-royal lord like him, It did not matter whether they were one or two. There was simply no way for them to fight back, and they died swiftly under his palm. However, Xianxia was able to block his blow head-on. Rather than find this ridiculous, Meng Ke felt it was only right for Xianxia to be this strong. If he wasn't, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to make the Black Ink clan suffer so many losses. Two auras were clashing incessantly in the void, their fierce battle unceasing. Xianxia was dripping blood with every step, his condition relatively miserable. Ultimately, he was not the opponent of a pseudo-royal lord in a head-on fight, especially with this one called Meng Ke, who was a veteran pseudo-royal lord. Meng Ke was not one of those who had just become a pseudo-royal lord and had yet to familiarize themselves with their own strength. The strength that he was able to exert in battle was almost the same as Mo Na Yi. Every collision resulted in Xianxia being suppressed, forced to back away again and again, his body drifting like a lone wooden boat on a stormy ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Both time principles and space principles were pushed to the extreme, and Tao strengths wrapped around his spear as it danced freely. Xianxia anticipated the enemy's moves through time principles while moving his body with space principles, but he was still just barely able to hold on. The illusory phantom of a golden dragon coiled around Xianxia's body, as fine dragon scales could be seen appearing on the surface of his skin. Against such a powerful enemy that he had no hopes of contending with, the dragon scales could offset a lot of the damage. The dragon coiling around his body was not used to counter Meng Ke's attacks, but rather to circulate the power of Xianxia's dragon vein in order to defend himself and heal his injuries. Even Xianxia's towering evergreen divine manifestation, which had been unused for years, was brought out. The giant tree dropped its branches, enveloping Xianxia's figure as strong vitality pulsed around it. This divine manifestation combined the two effects of defense and healing, but the protection it could offer to Xianxia was limited under the bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord. Fortunately, the divine manifestation powered by the immortal tree's essence was really effective in healing wounds, no less so than his dragon vein. Meng Qie soon realized that even though he had no idea what sort of secret technique Xianxia was using, the injuries he was inflicting on this human were recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. This caused Meng Ke to frown. He was surprised by Xianxia's tricky resilience, and despite their crushing difference in their strength, he was still unable to deal with him within a short amount of time. This made Meng Ke attack with even greater ferocity. He also had to divert some of his attention to probe for the leopard's whereabouts. According to the information he received from the various Great Territory battlefields, this leopard was very strong and had some hidden innate divine abilities from its origins as one of monster race, making it almost invisible under the premise it did not attack. If it suddenly launched an ambush, its power was not to be underestimated. This was also Xianxia's intention. He had Thunder Shadow hide himself from the start just to distract Meng Ke. Even though Thunder Shadow was strong, he was yet to go far beyond the realm of surpassing ordinary Eighth Order masters like Xianxia, and against such a pseudo-royal lord, even if he did attack, it would not have too much of an effect while coming with great risks. Rather than take such a gamble, it was better to just hide itself instead. Only a hidden card could keep an enemy on their toes. Meng Ke took it for granted that Thunder Shadow was hiding on the sidelines in order to put in a sneak attack. But in fact, Thunder Shadow had silently gone far away when Xianxia resolutely engaged Meng Ke in battle. Meng Ke's threats made it so that Xianxia had no choice but to fight him head-on. It seemed to put him in a passive position, but Xianxia had already anticipated this possibility and had a plan ready to deal with it. There were always two sides to every situation. Even though the fight going on the other side was the capital, Meng Ke had to issue threats. Why could it not be used to Xianxia's benefit as well? On his own, Xianxia was no match for Meng Ke, but with the help of the other Eighth Order masters, Meng Ke would become no issue. To achieve this, he had to first help the Eighth Order masters out of their situation. So, Thunder Shadow had gone over to the other side. Concealing his aura with his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow moved urgently, but silently towards the other battlefield. From a distance, Thunder Shadow could feel the stirring of world force clashing with the surging Black Ink strength. As he moved closer, Thunder Shadow saw 4 Eighth Order masters linked together in a 4 symbols formation as they fought against a pseudo-royal lord. The tide was turning against the human side. Against a pseudo-royal lord, the Eighth Order Masters would have to form a 5 elements formation to compete evenly. The 4 symbols formation was still lacking. When Thunder Shadow arrived, the 4 Eighth Order Masters were working in perfect tandem with each other, and the battle formation was functioning flawlessly, but they were still at a disadvantage against their enemy. Remnants of Black Ink clansmen's corpses were still littered around the battlefield. They were apparently from nearby Black Ink clan soldiers, who had sensed the commotion and had come to support the pseudo-royal lord, only to be killed for their efforts. Even though the situation was somewhat unfavorable, the 4 Eighth Orders were not in danger of dying for the moment. They were not just soft persimmons to be pinched at will. All of them had been through countless life or death struggles, so they knew what needed to be done in situations like these. The 4 of them fought with great vigor as they put their lives on the line. Their attacks were sharp and ruthless against the pseudo-royal lord, which left their opponent somewhat constrained. If he could be determined enough to put his own life at risk, the pseudo-royal lord might be able to finish off these 4 Eighth Order Masters at a heavy cost. At the very least, he was sure to sustain serious wounds. In the Universe Furnace world, however, a pseudo-royal lord who was badly wounded but unable to rest and heal would not be able to survive another encounter with a human race master. This pseudo-royal lord had narrowly escaped death during the Source fusion, so there was no way he would put himself in such danger so easily. It was with this in mind that the 4 Eighth Orders took such a strong stance. In terms of healing, it was much more troublesome for the Black Ink clan than the human race. In a situation where both sides traded injuries, it was the human race that ultimately came out on top even if they suffered fatalities. Sure enough, the pseudo-royal lord seemed disgruntled by the fight after a while. Seeing that he could not easily finish off these Eighth Order Masters, he was prepared to retreat. The Eighth Order Masters, too, were aware of this. With the battle formation joined, they were of one mind and tacitly slowed down their attacks. No one was willing to meaninglessly sacrifice themselves if the possibility of survival was present. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to leave, they were happy to let him. In the next instant, a black ink cloud spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. The pseudo-royal lord feigned an attack before pulling back and jumping out of the 4 Eighth Order battle formation's range in an instant. With a frown on his brow, he was just about to speak a few lines before making his exit, but something suddenly appeared behind him. The pseudo-royal lord's face looked horrified as he turned around in a hurry, raising his hand to throw out a palm. But his palm struck at nothing. The only thing that came into view at the corner of his vision was a black leopard that had appeared behind him at some point in time, as well as a flash of pure white light that covered his vision, purifying light. Evil, purging, divine spear. From the information provided by the Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was naturally aware of the evil, purging divine spears, and after fighting with the humans for so many years, this was a common weapon used on the various battlefields that had given them a big headache. So, the moment he saw the dazzling white light, the pseudo-royal lord knew that the black leopard, which had snuck over silently, had unleashed an evil, purging divine spear at him. From its might, it seemed to be the kind of evil, purging divine spear that was used against territory lords. His mind turned sharply and he hurriedly circulated his black ink strength to guard his body. Under the envelopment of the white light, the dense black ink strength was purified and disappeared. Bathed in the pure white light, even a pseudo-royal lord as strong as him felt uncomfortable, and a burning sensation spread over the surface of his skin. It was fortunate that he had detected the sneak attack in time and did not take the full brunt of it undefended. Otherwise, he would have gotten seriously injured, especially if such a powerful weapon were to pierce him and explode inside his body. All of a sudden, a powerful battle formation circled him again. For auras locked him firmly in place, instantly intensifying the anger welling up in the pseudo-royal lord. Then, the 4 Eighth Order Masters launched a barrage of attacks. Despite his anger, he did not dare to continue this fight. With this silent black leopard joining the humans, the upper hand he had was lost. Continuing to fight would only be bringing shame upon himself. Moreover, he was not sure whether or not there were more human race masters lurking nearby. So, he made a quick decision and his body split into a dozen black ink clouds that shot out in all directions. By the time the 4 Eighth Order Masters reacted, they were only able to block half of the black ink clouds, but none of them hid the pseudo-royal lord. With that delay, how could they still catch the escaped pseudo-royal lord? They could only stop there and sigh at their misfortune. Among the 4 Eighth-Order Masters in formation, the one acting as the core was a brave and heroic man with red hair like fire, while the 3 others surrounded him. If Xianxia had been here, he would have instantly recognized Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai had originally been deployed to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to guard the resource mining teams, but he was sent back to the Supreme Headquarters by Xianxia when the Territory Lords were found escaping the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to report the situation. That was how he gained access to the Universe Furnace. Otherwise, Ouyang Lai would surely still be leading the tens of thousands of humans, moving around in secret while mining for materials. Of the 4 Eighth-Order Masters here, Ouyang Lai was the only veteran, while the other 3 were rising stars who had just advanced recently over the last few thousand years. It was for that reason that he served as the core of the 4 Symbols formation. The old commander naturally had his own role to play. The 3 younger Eighth-Order Masters were still eager to give chase, but Ouyang Lai shook his head. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Even if they did go after him, they would not be able to do much to him in their current state. All 4 were wounded in the fight with the Pseudo-Royal Lord, and if the Pseudo-Royal Lord had not decided to retreat for his own safety, they would likely not have come out of this in one piece. Pseudo-Royal Lords were truly powerful. Despite being in a battle formation, the 4 of them were still suppressed and beaten. Only Xianxia had ever fought a master of this caliber alone in all these years, and before the Universe Furnace came into existence, no one else had ever even encountered a pseudo-royal lord before. The more this was, the more Ouyang Lai realized how difficult it must have been for Xianxia. The Black Ink clan had cultivated pseudo-royal lords long ago, and if it were not for Xianxia's efforts in keeping them in check at the no-return pass, there would have been many more casualties on the human race's side. The human race was nothing more than a name, but the weight it carried was extraordinary. It was an inheritance passed down from ancient times, but now, a significant portion of the burdens were resting on one person's shoulders. How terrible must that pressure be? Ouyang Lai's goal in coming to the Universe Furnace wasn't to look for any opportunities for himself. He was thinking that, if possible, he would like to obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill and give it to Xianxia so that he could break through to the Ninth Order. Due to the suppression of the cave heavens and paradises back then, Xianxia was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm. But now he was being relied upon to carry the heavy burden of helping the human race survive. This was what the cave heavens and paradises owed him, so he should find a way to make it up to him. Moreover, Xianxia himself was far more powerful than his peers as it was, so to have him advance to the Ninth Order would give them an even greater advantage and even greater benefits. Of course, these were the thoughts and considerations of Ouyang Lai alone, so things may not necessarily go as he wished. As the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills was very small, and with the humans' Black Ink clan, and the native Chaos Race Masters scouring the Universe Furnace, obtaining a supreme-grade open heaven pill was not going to be easy. Putting his thoughts away, Ouyang Lai turned his head in the direction of Monster Race Leopard and recognized it as the Myriad Monsters world's first great emperor, who had risen to fame in the last millennium. He was just about to thank him when Thunder Shadow's voice sounded in his ears. Xianxia is facing a pseudo-royal lord alone and may not be able to hold out much longer. Please quickly come and support him. Ouyang Lai's face turned serious at once. Where is he now? Thunder Shadow turned into a black shadow and shrouded the 4 Eighth Order Masters. His voice reaching their ears as well. Enter my divine ability and I will bring you there. As the black shadow flickered, the 4 figures disappeared. Using his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow swept silently towards the battlefield where Xianxia and Meng Ke were. Xianxia's condition was steadily deteriorating on that battlefield. There was a dent on his chest and half of the fine dragon scales were cracked. He was clearly in a precarious situation. Even Xianxia was struggling to keep up with this reckless pseudo-royal lord. He should be able to last for an hour at the very most, and by then he would be too wounded to fight back. Before then, he would have to use his trump card if he wanted to stay alive. He could only hope that everything was going smoothly on Thunder Shadow's side. This bastard, Meng Ke, just had to keep rambling despite having the upper hand. shouting that if Yang Kai dared to run away, he would immediately go and kill those Eighth Order's masters. Hearing that irritated Yang Kai, but he was indeed not Meng Kei's opponent. He also had to rely on the jellyfish chaos entities he had collected over and over to save himself from danger. But the chaos entities had a limited effect on a pseudo-royal lord. Every time Yang Kai released a chaos entity, it would immediately be swept away by Meng Kei, causing Yang Kai to nearly exhaust the supply he gathered in just a short period of time. In contrast, Meng Kei was undoubtedly feeling extremely smug at the moment. The Black Ink clan's attempts at stopping Yang Kai have all ended in failure so far. Furthermore, Mo Nai had once said to the royal lord that one should not target him rashly without a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to restrain Yang Kai's space secret techniques, lest they be subjected to his retaliation later. The royal lord was also convinced of that back then. Yang Kai had brought endless shame and incalculable damage to the clan, but his greatest strength was not the power he had which surpassed his peers. His greatest strength was his ability to escape just like a slippery ghost. Without being able to restrain him, any plan would be meaningless. That was why the clan had Black Ink Disciple develop the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array and refined many array plates and banners so that they could set it up anywhere Yang Kai appeared. But now, Meng Kei had pinned Yang Kai in place all by himself without the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array or any helpers. All he had to do was threaten him with a few words. How could Mo Nai compare with such efficiency? If he could kill Yang Kai here, it would definitely be a huge achievement, not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had an open heaven pill on him. Once he returned to the no-return pass with this success, the royal lord would definitely praise him greatly, and the trivial Mo Nai would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Meng Kei was filled with anticipation for that future, but he did not forget about the threat of the monster race leopard. He was still a pseudo-royal lord after all, so he would not be so careless. It was at that moment that Meng Kei suddenly sensed something and slightly restrained his attacks towards Yang Kai. Instead, he threw a fierce punch at the void behind him with a cold smile curling his lips. There was an unusual movement in that direction. Clearly, the leopard finally could not resist making its move. At first, Meng Kei thought that even if he could not take it down with this blow, it would definitely be enough to force the leopard to show itself. However, what greeted him was a powerful blow, like a mountain overturning the sea, one that vastly exceeded what that leopard could produce. The sneer on Meng Kei's face turned to shock, and the black ink strength that covered his body was dissipated by the blow. He could not even stop himself from stumbling under the impact. An invisible force spread out like ripples as Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability was broken, and one by one, figures appeared in Meng Kei's eyes. Meng Kei was stunned at first, not understanding how several Eighth Order masters had suddenly appeared, but he quickly reacted to the situation. It was that leopard. He had thought that monster race leopard was hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but instead, he had gone to the other battlefield and joined forces with 4 Eighth Order masters to repel his fellow pseudo-royal lord before rushing them over to help. Meng Kei could not help but curse in his heart. He had no idea who that pseudo-royal lord was, but he had to curse him for being such a waste, to have been forced back in such a short amount of time. Meng Kei also cursed himself for his poor decision-making. He thought that he would win the battle against Yang Kai by mere threats and was already on the road to victory when, in fact, his opponent already had a plan to deal with the situation. Rather than bothering with Yang Kai, he should have joined forces with the unknown pseudo-royal lord in his fight against the 4 Eighth Order masters. Then Yang Kai surely would not just stand by and watch. If Meng Kei had done so, then it would have been 2 pseudo-royal lords against Yang Kai and Monster Race Leopard, as well as the 4 Eighth Order masters, which would give them a much bigger advantage. One mistake led to another and quickly piled like an avalanche. Meng Kei learned for the first time just how difficult it must have been for Mo Nai to deal with a cunning bastard like Yang Kai. Sure enough, one must not be the least bit careless or assume anything until this slippery human was dead. Meng Kei comforted himself that it was not his fault, just that Yang Kai was too tempting a target to let off. Any other pseudo-royal lord would not give up on a large catch like Yang Kai so easily to chase after a different target. However, it was too late to consider such things. When the leopard brought over the 4 human masters, Meng Kei knew that his plan to kill Yang Kai today had failed. Right now, he had to consider whether he was going to fight to the death or immediately turn tail and run. The power of Xianxia's dragon vein burned, and the towering evergreen divine manifestation that had been enveloping him shone brilliantly, pouring green light into his body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the injuries over his body could be seen healing. Even his chest, which had been caved in, was pushed back into place. Xianxia turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before pointing his spear at Meng Ke. A stern look on his face as he sneered, "Ready for round 2? Not since he was chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had Xianxia suffered such a big loss. It was not that the Black Ink clan did not have anyone who was stronger than him, but the only one that had beaten him so badly was the pseudo-royal lord called Meng Ke in front of him. This naturally built up a huge grudge in Xianxia's heart. While he was speaking, Xianxia had already connected his aura to Ouyang Lai and the others. In an instant, a new battle formation was formed. Originally, the battle formation that Ouyang Lai and the 3 other 8th Order Masters formed was only the 4 Symbols formation. With Thunder Shadow's inclusion, it became the 5 Elements formation. Now, with Xianxia joining the formation, it became the 6 Paths formation. Ouyang Lai was originally the core of the formation, but he had willingly retrieved his aura and transferred this position. In the next moment, Xianxia, who had now become the core of the formation, swelled with power, seemingly surpassing the 8th Order. The void trembled and Meng Ke's expression became grave. He naturally recognized the 6 Paths formation, a battle formation of the human race. The Black Ink clan had also studied this formation. Back then, in the No Return Pass, Mo Na Yi had made many territory lords attempt to form this formation, but they never got the essence of it. The many territory lords were only able to form up to the 4 Symbols formation, with a select few being capable of barely forming the 5 Elements formation. As for the 6 Paths formation, none of them had ever successfully performed it. The reason for that was because the formation required the concerted efforts of all involved, which not only required close coordination but also a tacit understanding of each other. Most importantly, unconditional trust towards the person presiding over the formation as its core was essential. In other words, once a battle formation was created, the participants would become parts of a whole, surrendering their will and strength to a single leader. They had to hand their life and all their power over to the one that stood as the core of the formation. Naturally, the human race could more easily form higher-ranking battle formations due to the oppression of death they faced, formed along with a close camaraderie among those that fought together since long ago. However, that was different for the Black Ink clan. Which of them would not have their own plans? The territory lords were basically the peak of the Black Ink clan, so it would be a tough demand to ask them to hand their lives over to another territory lord. Black Ink clan aside, though there were precedents of the 6 Paths and 7 Stars formation being used by the human race, the 8 Desolations formation and the 9 Palaces formation was still difficult even for the human race. This was no longer a question of trust, but rather the difficulty of the core withstanding and coordinating the pressure of the immense power gathering at that level. Thus, the formation's difficulty increased with numbers. Right now, Ouyang Lai and the other 3 8th Order Masters were willing to entrust Xianxia with their lives. After so many years of hard work, Xianxia's name had become a mainstay in the human race. He was the pillar that held back the Black Ink clan. Which rising star would not have heard of Xianxia's illustrious name on their martial Dao? One could practically say that most of them have grown up with Xianxia as their goal in life. With Xianxia present on the scene, how could they hesitate? There was no need to even mention Ouyang Lai and Thunder Shadow. The former was a close personal friend, and the latter was his own monster self. Trust was not an issue. The key to forming a battle formation was to have strong trust and the willingness to place one's life in the hands of another. The human race masters have never lacked this, while that was something that those of the Black Ink clan had never truly possessed. Moreover, since Thunder Shadow was Xianxia's monster self, even though he was part of the formation's 6 members, Xianxia, as the core, only needed to coordinate the powers of Ouyang Lai and the other 3 8th Order Masters. There was no need for him to pay attention to his monster self. As such, the difficulty of presiding over this formation was just like presiding over a 5 Elements formation. Despite never having worked with each other before, when Ouyang Lai and the others appeared, and when Yang Kai integrated his aura into the formation, the core position immediately shifted to him. In an instant, the battle formation was formed as if it had been practiced countless times. Sensing the strength and power of the battle formation, Meng Ke knew that his troubles were going to be great. As the thought flashed through his mind, the surrounding space was already rippling. An alarm was set off in Meng Ke's heart when a long spear shadow suddenly stabbed towards his face. This spear was thrust with the combined powers of Yang Kai, for 8th Order Masters, and a monster race Great Emperor, so its might could practically shatter the space inside this universe furnace world. Even the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled this place was swept away. This spear, which was covered in the rich Tao strengths from both the Tao of time and the Tao of space, seemed to have come from some point in the past towards a moment in the future. It was endlessly changing and felt completely unpredictable. Meng Ke's face paled, and he quickly gathered his strength to defend himself. Rich black ink strength poured out into a barrier, but the spear pierced through all the obstacles unhindered, drawing a spray of black blood. Meng Ke gritted his teeth and backed away as quickly as possible. However, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow, and his spear transformed into a rain of shadows, moving fast at times and slow at others. Various Tao strengths condensed, with the Tao of time and the Tao of space forming a core, creating infinite subtleties. The 4 8th Order Masters and Thunder Shadow who were in the formation with Yang Kai followed closely behind, emptying their minds and bodies and channeling all their power into Yang Kai through the battle formation. The situation on the battlefield was instantly flipped upside down. Yang Kai, who had been suppressed until he barely had strength to remain panting, had now gained the upper hand and overpowered Meng Ke to the point where he could barely counterattack. In terms of their might alone, Yang Kai and the others should be at a similar strength to Meng Ke after forming the battle formation. However, the Tao strengths that Yang Kai wielded were extremely profound. As he wielded the Tao strengths while drawing power from Ouyang Lai and the others, Yang Kai's attacks became much sharper and completely unpredictable. While others may not be able to feel it much, Meng Ke, who was currently fighting against Yang Kai, could clearly understand the difference. There were many attacks that Meng Ke was confident that he could block, but though he should have deflected or resisted them, the result ended up astonishing him instead. Each spear thrust seemed to have a clear attack pattern, but they would always fall out of his predictions at some point, causing him to make a misjudgment and causing a disadvantage in his defenses. It was as if Yang Kai's attacks were not aimed at the current him, but rather at him from some point in the past or the future. Dealing with such a situation was unusually difficult for Meng Ke. Through the support of the battle formation, Yang Kai was currently no lesser to him both in terms of momentum and power. If that alone were the case, then a fight like this would probably end up in a situation where neither could do anything to their opponent. However, the methods that this human was using were too bizarre. What Meng Ke could not understand was how this human could actually endure this level of exertion. Meng Ke had also practiced the 4 symbols formation with other territory lords before and knew the difficulty of holding a formation together. It required not only the trust and cooperation of the others, but also the ability to bear a heavy load as the core. Serving as the core of the formation was equivalent to gathering everyone's energy into their own body. If the power was too great, then it would be difficult for one's body to handle it. Yang Kai had already been battered by Meng Ke previously, and now that he was presiding over the 6 Paths formation, he was basically gathering the strengths of the 5 other masters into his own body, and the pressure alone was enough to crush any 8th Order master, yet he was taking it as if nothing was wrong. Meng Ke seemed to remember then that this guy was not actually a pure human, but rather part of the dragon clan. Dragons were famed for their thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, so it seemed reasonable for Yang Kai to be able to withstand such pressure, in this case thanks to the sturdiness of his body. These thoughts made Meng Ke furious. He was clearly one step away from success, yet he failed to achieve his goal at the very end, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Killing Yang Kai and obtaining the open heaven pill were both great feats. Why should he have to stay under that bastard Emonaye's feet forever? Because Emonaye had more brains than he did? Because Emonaye had become a pseudo-royal lord before he did? Anger burned inside Meng Quebec. Black ink strength surged alongside world force. The universe furnace world began to show cobweb-like cracks where their battle was held, but they quickly reverted to their original states. A pseudo-royal lord was not to be trifled with when they decided to lay everything aside to put up a desperate fight. As each powerful divine ability or secret technique was released by Meng Ke, black ink strength that emanated from him could practically cloud over the entire void. It was not because Meng Ke was willing to fight so desperately, but because he had no other choice. Now that Yang Kai had formed a battle formation with the other masters, it was impossible for them to just let Meng Ke go like that. No matter what happened, a full-blown fight was going to break out. Meng Ke was initially confused by Yang Kai's sudden surge of power, but now that he had gained his bearings, his situation was no longer as miserable as before. He was not a complete fool, so he would not insist on fighting Yang Kai to the death. Instead, he focused less on dealing damage to Yang Kai and more on killing Ouyang Lai and the others in the battle formation. There was no need to kill too many, just one would be enough to break the formation. Then the initiative would fall back into his hands. However, even though Meng Ke could trouble Yang Kai a little bit, it did not lead to any substantial progress. His intentions were obvious, and Yang Kai would never give him the chance to achieve them. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him, so he would naturally not disappoint them. This battle was a fierce one that sent trembles through the void from the aftershocks. At one point, Yang Kai slowed down his attacks. The miserably battered Meng Ke, covered in black blood, finally saw an opportunity to dodge out of the formation's attack range. As his body shook, he turned into over 100 black ink clouds that flew off in all directions. Yang Kai had no intention of pursuing him, but there was a slight look of regret in his eyes. Without delay, he maintained the momentum of the Six Paths formation and forcibly enveloped Ouyang Lai and the others with space principles before moving far away. A while later, once they had left that battlefield, Yang Kai and the others emerged at a mountain range formed by the chaotic shattered Tao essence. With one thought, the battle formation that they kept up all this while finally dissipated. In the next moment, everyone grunted, and each one spat out fresh blood from their mouths. Even Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow did the same. Yang Kai's body was swaying and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Holding on with the Azure Dragon Spear to support him, he declared, "I will stand guard for everyone, so heal up first." Ouyang Lai and the other 8th Order Masters had mixed expressions on their faces, but they did not say anything more. They all nodded and sat down cross-legged, each taking out spirit pills and stuffing them into their mouths. Yang Kai stood while holding his spear and silently circulated the power of his dragon vein to heal the injuries on his body. He did not stop surveying their surroundings so that they were not taken advantage of by other enemies. Fortunately, there were no chaos spirits here, only some chaos entities, which as long as they were not provoked, would not come over to bother them. Thinking back to the battle earlier, Yang Kai still felt a little bit of regret. After all, he did not get to cut down that pseudo-royal lord called Meng Quebec. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to let him off, but that he had no other choice. He had already been injured by Meng Ke before Ouyang Lai and the others came to support him, and the others had also been fighting another pseudo-royal lord before, so they more or less had their share of injuries. It was fair to say that everyone but Thunder Shadow was injured before they formed the Six Paths formation. After getting into the formation and engaging in a bloody battle with Meng Ke, the powers of Ouyang Lai and the others constantly converged on Yang Kai, while each of Meng Ke's attacks were also distributed to everyone. Everyone came out of the battle more wounded than before. It was already getting difficult for them to hold on. If Meng Ke had not fled then, Yang Kai would have been forced to use devastating moves with the help of the battle formation that, though it might have killed the enemy, would likely result in Ouyang Lai and the others dying as well. As for himself, Yang Kai was confident that he could survive thanks to the toughness of his body. But it was difficult to say how badly he would be injured. Even now, the wounds that Yang Kai had sustained were extremely serious. Half of them were from fighting with Meng Ke alone, while the others were from the subsequent fight in the formation. However, he did gain some insight from this fight. His previous guesses were correct that, if he were to act as the core of a 5-elements formation, then that was enough for him to compete with a pseudo-royal lord. This time, Yang Kai was not able to gain much of an advantage even with a Six Paths formation because none of them were at their peak strength. As time passed, when everyone was still healing, the void's grand Tao shook. The universe furnace's third evolution had arrived. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved to know that it was not an attack. Seeing that Yang Kai was still standing guard for them nearby, Ouyang Lai stood up. "Junior brother, you should heal up too. Let me stand guard instead." Yang Kai shook his head. "I recover quickly, so don't worry, senior brother." Ouyang Lai looked him up and down and realized that indeed, his rate of recovery was much faster than the rest of them despite not actively cultivating. So he did not continue insisting and sat back down instead. However, even if Yang Kai had a powerful dragon vein, it was still Thunder Shadow who recovered first. The main reason for that was because Thunder Shadow was unharmed before they formed the formation, so his injuries were the least severe. With his monster self to stand guard, Yang Kai could finally focus on healing. After an unknown period of time, everyone who was healing opened their eyes one by one. Even though they could not say that they had fully recovered, they were at least fine now. Ouyang Lai sighed. "It is a shame that we let that pseudo-royal lord go." Yang Kai laughed. "There's no shame in that. Unlike us, the Black Ink clan have no place to rest or heal in the universe furnace world. He came out of that fight badly injured, so he likely only has 50% of his strength left. He won't be able to do much from now on." It was because of such considerations that Yang Kai did not insist on fighting Meng Ke to the death. Otherwise, the threat of letting a pseudo-royal lord like him go would be too great for the other Eighth Order masters, in which case, Yang Kai would have tried much harder to kill him instead of just trading wounds. A pseudo-royal lord with only 50% of his power left may not have the guts to make a move even if he were to encounter other Eighth Order human masters. Even though Meng Ke did not die, his threat in the universe furnace had already been greatly reduced. Ouyang Lai could not help but raise his brow at that. "So, that means it wasn't a loss for us?" "No, of course not." Yang Kai shook his head. The worst-case scenario he originally envisioned was that he would be forced to join hands with Thunder Shadow to fight Meng Ke alone. Of course, just his true body and his monster self were no match for a pseudo-royal lord. But as long as they dared to put their lives on the line, then they would not let Meng Ke off easily no matter what. As long as Meng Ke realized that continuing the fight with him was going to cost him greatly, he would naturally withdraw by himself. Fortunately, that did not happen, and he was able to borrow the strength of Ouyang Lai and the others to form the Six Paths formation. When the other Eighth Order masters heard Yang Kai's words, they were greatly relieved. They had fought against two pseudo-royal lords in a row, and the intensity of the fights, especially against Meng Ke, was far greater than anything they had ever experienced before. It was also a great benefit to their understanding of their own grand Daos. The cultivators who had emerged over the millennia had grown through life-or-death struggles in battle, and the experience of fighting two such pseudo-royal lords could be an invaluable asset to them. The situation prior was so urgent that they had no time to exchange pleasantries. But now that they had some free time, the other three Eighth Order masters introduced themselves and respectfully greeted Yang Kai as Senior Brother Yang. The three Eighth Order masters were two men and one woman. One among the men was Zhan Tianhe, a man of proper origins. He was a disciple of a certain cave heaven, but he was sent to the star boundary to cultivate long ago, and was fed by the power of the star boundary's world tree clone. He advanced directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm then. Zhan Tianhe was born with delicate features. With red lips and white teeth, he looked like a young man in his early 20s, obviously achieved by a high enough aptitude and a fast enough cultivation speed to achieve great strength at a young age, which allowed his youthful appearance to persist. The other man was much more rugged, with a waist like a bear's and a back like a tiger's. He was also unusually tall, resembling a steel pagoda when he stood up. This burly fellow called Xianxia was also from a cave heaven, Bright King Cave Heaven to be exact. The cultivators of Bright King Heaven were extremely powerful and robust as they mainly cultivated body tempering. Yang Kai had encountered many of Bright King Cave Heaven's masters before, but a man of Xianxia's stature was still rare. The woman, Lu Fei Fei, was not from a cave heaven or paradise, but from a small great force. Though it was called a small great force, it was in fact comparable to the cave heavens and paradises now. That great force had also once dominated a great territory in the early days. It was similar to that of the Void Land back then, which made it a second-class great force. However, no high-rank open heaven realm masters had ever come out from there. After the great evacuation of the human race, this great force also moved to high heaven territory, and Lu Feifei, as a young elite disciple of the sect, was sent to the star boundary to cultivate in order to achieve her present success. The sect where Lu Feifei came from had now moved to the myriad monsters world, where there was no shortage of rising stars. In the future, there would definitely be a lot of good seedlings who could make her sect shine. The greetings were all exchanged. Originally, the three rising stars felt more or less restrained when faced with a legendary character like Yang Kai. They had all grown and cultivated in the star boundary, so naturally, they had long heard of Yang Kai's reputation and achievements, so they were all honored to join forces with a legend such as he. However, after a short conversation, they realized that the legend was not as imposing as they had imagined. Instead, he was very approachable, and with the friendship gained through their previous battle, a sense of affinity had grown between them. Yang Kai asked Ouyang Lai and the others about their situation and learnt that it was by chance that the four of them had come together. Ouyang Lai had originally come from Azure Sun territory alone. As he wandered through the universe furnace world, he happened to sense a fight and rushed over to take a look to discover that Zhan Tianhe and the others had formed a Three Fortunes formation and were fighting against a pseudo-royal lord. Ouyang Lai immediately came to their aid, leading to the scene that Thunder Shadow saw after that. If Ouyang Lai had come any later, then Zhan Tianhe and the others would likely have been in mortal danger. A Three Fortunes formation would most likely have been unable to defend against a pseudo-royal lord. As long as the pseudo-royal lord was determined to pay the price to forcibly cut one of them down, the Three Fortunes formation would easily be broken. Though Zhan Tianhe and the two others were of different origins, they had similarly grown up in the star boundary and had fought together with each other many times on the great territory battlefields. So, they had grown to know each other well and formed a deep friendship. This time, the group had also entered through one of the universe furnace's entrances together. Ouyang Lai was worried that Yang Kai would not know of the universe furnace's oddities, so he was in a hurry to bring him all the information gathered by the humans so far. When he found out that Yang Kai had already met up with other Eighth Order masters and was informed of all the intricacies, only then did he rest. He then said with excitement, "With Junior Brother Yang and Thunder Shadow joining us, we can now explore the universe furnace world freely with the Six Paths formation." There was sense to his words. They were all injured previously and also fought off Meng Ke. But now that they were mostly recovered from their injuries with the Six Paths formation, they no longer had to fear any pseudo-royal lords. The only existence likely to be able to be any threat to them in the universe furnace world now would be the as-of-yet unconfirmed Chaos Spirit Kings. Zhan Tianhe and the others were also excited. Originally, the three of them were cautious and uneasy, worried that they would accidentally come across a pseudo-royal lord, and they did end up bumping into one in the end. It was fortunate that they were able to turn a dangerous situation into a beneficial one. With a stronger formation, there was no longer any need for them to worry about anything. Ouyang Lai stood up eagerly. "Junior Brother Yang, shall we get going?" His wounds had yet to fully heal, but he was well enough to go searching for opportunities while recovering on the way. Namely, he was eager to go off and search for a supreme grade open heaven pill. "There's no rush." Yang Kai smiled. "Senior Brother Ouyang, I have something to give you." Ouyang Lai was surprised. "What is it?" What would Yang Kai have for him at such a time? Yang Kai did not explain and just took out a wooden box, tossing it to Ouyang Lai, who casually caught it and smiled. "Anything that comes from Junior Brother's hands surely won't be ordinary. Let me take a look." Saying so, he released the many seals on the box as Zhan Tianhe and the others looked on curiously. In the next instant, a dense multicolored light suddenly entered their eyes, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. Ouyang Lai's smile froze on his face, but he was only taken aback for a moment before quickly closing the wooden box and sealing it again. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai while putting on the airs of an elder. "Stinking brat. How can you casually throw such a thing around? Hurry up and put it away." He quickly walked up to Yang Kai and grabbed his hand, pressing the box heavily onto his palm as he glared solemnly at him. He tried to take his hand away but failed to do so. Yang Kai had caught his hand, causing Yang Lai's face to become even more serious as he scolded, "Damn brat, you're still not going to let go? Tugging and pulling at someone's hand like this is highly improper." Yang Lai really never expected that Yang Kai would actually give him that. When he offered to give him something, despite having never seen it before, he knew the instant he opened the box and saw the dense multicolored light surrounding the object. It was the greatest opportunity to help cultivators break through their limits, as well as the cause that triggered this great tide of competition between the human race and the Black Ink clan. A supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Lai had to sigh in admiration at this twist of fate. He had been planning to give Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill if he ever came by the opportunity to obtain one, so that the latter could advance to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and so that he could better lead the human race to victory and lift the darkness enveloping the 3,000 worlds. However, despite his search, Yang Lai never caught a glimpse of a supreme-grade open heaven pill's shadow, only finding a few ordinary-grade open heaven pills. He never thought that Yang Kai would actually want to give him one instead. What is this boy thinking? The moment he saw the open heaven pill, Yang Lai felt a mix of emotions inside of him. He felt touched, but also annoyed at the same time. He was touched that Yang Kai would so simply part with such a precious item as a gift to him, which was not something that could be done casually. In the end, he and Yang Kai merely knew each other well and shared some friendship as war comrades, but they were not at the level that warranted him being given a supreme-grade open heaven pill so simply. Yang Lai had the idea of giving Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill for the greater good of the human race, not to mention the fact that it was still a question as to whether he would get a supreme-grade open heaven pill to begin with. But what was Yang Kai thinking when doing this? Yang Lai was annoyed at why this brat would give the pill to him when he himself needed it as well. How could he accept such a gift? This stinking brat could not be thinking that the pressure on him was too much, and so was thinking of shirking his responsibilities, was he? Otherwise, why would he not take the spirit pill himself after obtaining it? That would certainly not do. Yang Kai was not just a name, but the spiritual pillar of the entire human race. If he were to quit here, then it would greatly impact the morale of everyone. While such thoughts were running through Yang Lai's mind, Zhan Tianhe and the others were all stunned after seeing the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Even though they were not as old as Yang Lai and had not seen as much as he had, it was still easy to recognize something like the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Excitement, shock, thrill, admiration. They all instantly went through a tangle of emotions. Since the three of them entered the universe furnace world together, other than meeting the pseudo-royal lord, their trip had been smooth so far. However, they had not seen a trace of a supreme-grade open heaven pill along the way. Yet, senior brother Yang had already gotten his hands on one, as expected of the legendary figure that they had been hearing about from their elders since they were young. They were truly impressed by the speed at which he was able to find and acquire such a treasure. The presence of this supreme-grade open heaven pill was a direct correlation to the birth of another Ninth Order open heaven realm master in the human race, which would definitely have a huge impact on the struggle between the human race and Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world. A Ninth Order master could provide great help to the humans. Of course, they were also masters who were in need of this spirit pill. Otherwise, they would not have come into the universe furnace world. Though they came spurred on by the situation of the human race, they also came because of their own needs. Now that the opportunity was right in front of their eyes, who would not feel their heart race? Cultivators spend so many years striving hard on cultivating. Was their goal not so they could reach greater heights in the martial Tao? It could be said that no Eighth Order open heaven realm master could stay indifferent in the face of a supreme-grade open heaven pill. This was merely human nature, not greed or selfishness. However, Zhan Tianhe and the others quickly put away their thoughts, for they knew that with Yang Kai and Yang Lai present, this supreme-grade open heaven pill would not be for them to refine no matter what. After all, the pill did not belong to them. Yang Kai had guessed that Yang Lai would reject the pill. Only, he never thought that his senior brother would reject it so resolutely. This reinforced Yang Kai's idea that it was right of him to offer up the open heaven pill. Not just anyone could muster the same determination to reject it when they were able to recognize what the pill was. Patting the back of Ouyang hand, Xianxia said, "Senior brother, please listen." Ouyang shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm not listening. Take and refine this thing right now. We will stand guard for you. Once you break through to the Ninth Order, go and wipe out all those Black Ink Clan bastards. Wouldn't all the good stuff that's left be ours without the Black Ink Clan creating a disturbance here?" He and the others nodded in agreement. Senior brother Ouyang has a point. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was useful to me, I would have found a place to refine it long ago and not keep it until now. Ouyang was stunned as he did not quite understand. "What do you mean? This thing is useless to you? Could I be mistaken about what this is?" He did not think he was wrong. It should be a supreme-grade open heaven pill, no doubt about it, but could he have been mistaken? Xianxia explained, "Yes, it is what senior brother is thinking of, but unfortunately, it really is useless for me." Ouyang frowned. "If it really is that thing, then how could it be useless to you? Don't try to fool me. I won't believe a thing you say." Xianxia had no idea what to say to that as he too felt helpless. "That's why. Please let me finish, senior brother." Speaking up to this point, he changed to divine sense transmission and began relaying the story about how he obtained the three-self source reconstitution art from Wuxia. Ouyang listened with changing expressions, his eyes going back and forth between Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. This Thunder Shadow Great Emperor who was born in the Myriad Monsters world is made of part of Xianxia's soul, created with the help of a secret technique. That aside, there is still a human self, and only when three selves unite can he break his limits and overcome the shortcomings of the Open Heaven Realm method to step into the Ninth Order. The story sounded bizarre, yet Xianxia looked so serious when he told it to him. Ouyang did not even know whether he should believe him or not. However, he did not see any trace of Xianxia in Thunder Shadow. Could that still be considered part of him? A moment later, Xianxia continued, "Senior brother, I know the situation of the human race better than anyone. If I could have broken through to the Ninth Order with this pill, then I naturally wouldn't hesitate. If you would excuse me for shamelessly boasting, if I were to make a breakthrough to the Ninth Order, then it would be much more valuable than any other Eighth Order master. If I had such an opportunity, I would never give it up. However, this pill really is of no use to me. Everything else aside, does senior brother feel something unusual in the barrier of your small universe when you see this pill?" Ouyang gently nodded. The barrier around his small universe, which had been shackling him for so many years, did in fact show signs of loosening the moment the multicolored light spread out, and it was because of that he was able to conclude that it was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Only supreme-grade open heaven pills could have such a miraculous effect in this world. Xianxia said, "I don't feel anything. That is why this pill is of no use to me." Ouyang expression turned complex at that, and he was silent for a long time before saying, "You're not lying to me, right?" Xianxia chuckled. "I have already spoken up to this point. How could I deceive senior brother? If I may ask, please refine this pill as soon as possible and break through to the Ninth Order, senior brother. Then we can strengthen our people's position and eliminate more powerful opponents." As Xianxia said, if this pill was truly useful to him, then whether it be for personal reasons or the greater good of the human race, he would not give it away to anyone else. However, facts proved that it was of no use to him. The way the two of them kept pushing the pill to and fro made he and the others gape in awe. Even though they had no idea what Xianxia said to Ouyang earlier, it did not matter. That was still a supreme-grade open heaven pill, and no Eighth Order master could possibly remain unmoved in front of it. The opportunity to climb up to the Ninth Order was right in front of them, but these two were showing humility to each other, causing he and the others to praise the nobility of these two senior brothers. Ouyang held the wooden box containing the supreme-grade open heaven pill in his hand. Though it was a small thing, it felt unusually heavy. There was a moment of silence before he said, "Junior brother, I don't know whether or not I can make a breakthrough with this pill. You should be familiar with my condition. After fighting for so many years and accumulating so many dark injuries, my small universe is a mess. If I refine it and do not make it to the Ninth Order, would that not be a shame?" Yang Kai quickly said, "This pill was conceived by the universe furnace and created by the heavens and earth. Its wonders are beyond our comprehension. It's worth a try, senior brother." Ouyang Lai shook his head. "It's still risky. This is an opportunity for someone to become a ninth order master. I don't want it to go to waste, no matter how small the possibility." Saying so, he handed the wooden box to Zhan Tianhe on the side. "Tianhe, you do it." Zhan Tianhe was flabbergasted. "And me?" He was just watching from the side. How could such a good thing suddenly fall on his head? Did the universe suddenly flip upside down? This was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. The goal of all those who came here. Why was everyone refusing to refine it? Ouyang Lai was solemn. "You do it. I don't have complete confidence in succeeding, while Xiongji is from Bright King Cave Heaven. Even if he succeeds, he would still just be a meathead. What he can offer to the human race is limited. As for junior sister Lu, her heritage is still lacking. You're the best candidate, so you take it." Watching from the sidelines, Lu Fei nodded lightly. Out of the three of them, she had broken through to the eighth order last, so it was true that she was still lacking in comprehension and heritage. She was not in as urgent a need for the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Even though Xiongji was called a meathead by Ouyang Lai, he just scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly as he could not deny it. "Senior brother, Zhan Tianhe was at a loss for a moment. "Don't go stuttering on me." Ouyang Lai slapped the box down on Zhan Tianhe's hand. "Hurry and refine it. We will stand guard for you." Zhan Tianhe's body froze as if he had been put under a spell. He had not been at such a loss even when he was facing the pseudo-royal lord earlier. Opening the wooden box by instinct, the multicolored light poured out once more. His heart throbbed, and the barrier that stopped his small universe from expanding was shaking faintly from the pill's fragrance. The greatest opportunity was now in his hands. As long as he took it into his small universe, refining and absorbing it, then the walls would be broken through and he would advance to the ninth order. However, Zhan Tianhe remained still for a long time. Still not refining it? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Black Ink clan to come and attack us? Ouyang Lai could not resist the urge to reprimand him. The look of struggle on Zhan Tianhe's face gradually eased up. Seemingly having made up his mind, he let out a bitter chuckle and shut the wooden box, handing it back to Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but narrow his eyes at him. "What are you doing?" Zhan Tianhe chuckled bitterly. "Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me." Ouyang Lai shouted. "Make things difficult for you? I'm giving you an opportunity, and you say I'm making things difficult for you." Zhan Tianhe took a step back and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Lai. "Please forgive me, senior brother, but I can't accept this, nor do I have the right to. Please refine it yourself, senior brother." Next to them, Yang Kai, who was silent the whole time, raised his brow a little. He handed the spirit pill to Ouyang Lai, but the latter did not have the confidence to refine it successfully and was worried about disappointing his expectations. So he turned around and gave it to Zhan Tianhe instead. It was not because Ouyang Lai lacked commitment, but because of how severe the matter was. Right now, having one more or one less ninth order master could make all the difference in their situation. If he left it to Zhan Tianhe, then a new ninth order master would definitely be born. That was why Yang Kai did not stop Ouyang Lai from doing so. For the greater good, Yang Kai had planned to find an eighth order master to have them refine the spirit pill after he discovered it was useless to him. Before that decision was even made, he never thought that he would end up bumping into Ouyang Lai. However, there was bound to be a little bit of selfishness in everyone. Compared to the rising star eighth order masters like Zhan Tianhe, whom he just met, Yang Kai more or less shared a friendly relationship with Ouyang Lai and would rather have him take the spirit pill. This was naturally why Ouyang Lai became his first choice as a recipient. As for whether or not it would give Zhan Tianhe and the others any ideas, Yang Kai did not care. The spirit pill belonged to him, so it was his own freedom to choose who to give it to. Nobody had the right to make that decision for him. However, he truly never thought that Zhan Tianhe would be able to resist such a great opportunity when it was brought before him. His virtue was praiseworthy indeed. Yang Kai suddenly had the feeling that it was worth fighting for the human race for all these years. Zhan Tianhe's quiet voice entered his ears. Since this junior brother entered a sect and began cultivating, the elders have been telling us of our senior brothers and sisters' honored names. The fact that the human race can occupy a place in the 3,000 worlds and continue to survive under the oppression of the Black Ink clan is all thanks to you seniors. We, the next generation, have been able to grow and cultivate in the star boundary without lack of resources or mentors. All thanks to our seniors and ancestors, who sacrificed their lives, fighting on the front lines. It can be said that everything we have now is a result of the life offered and blood spilled by those who came before us. This time, we entered this universe furnace world to seek treasures and opportunities to make a breakthrough. But even that chance is thanks to the millennia of effort the seniors and elders have dedicated to the cause. If we gain something on our own, then the opportunity belongs to us. In that case, this Tianhe would not stand on ceremony in seizing that opportunity. We as cultivators should be determined when forging ahead. If we are to act so timidly in front of opportunities, then what are we cultivating for? However, this was something brought here by senior brother Yang. Compared to what you two senior brothers have given to the human race, we are not qualified to receive it, nor do we dare to. While saying that, he gave a deep bow. Tianhe gives many thanks to senior brother Yang for his kindness. However, senior brother Yang, you have fought the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race for more years than any of us, then continue to do so on the great territory battlefields of today. Isn't this the reason why those dark injuries have accumulated all over your body? We, the younger generation, have no way of doing anything for you, but at the very least, I cannot rob you of your opportunity. Otherwise, it would make me feel guilty. If that happened, how could I possibly hold my head high again? Zhan Tianhe spoke so earnestly that Ouyang Lai had to sigh upon hearing his words. At this point, if he kept insisting to have Zhan Tianhe refine the supreme grade open heaven pill, he would just be troubling him. All of a sudden, Ouyang Lai felt strange inside. With such a great opportunity in his hands, everyone should be fighting him for it. Yet why did it suddenly become something to trouble others with? Lu Feifei advised him from the side. Senior brother Ouyang, you should refine the pill yourself. Ouyang Lai grabbed the wooden box and turned to look at Yang Kai, making a gentle suggestion. Why don't we leave it for Big Head Xiang? Big Head Xiang came in as well. Senior brother Ouyang. Yang Kai interrupted him without letting him finish, looking serious. You are a senior of our human race and have fought for so many years against the Black Ink clan, killing countless enemies, never backing down in the face of death. You were separated from the human race army back at the no-return pass, yet you did not give up. Now, you are just refining a spirit pill. Why are you being so sentimental about it? Please bring out some of your guts as a senior. Don't make us, your junior brothers and junior sisters, look down on you. Lu Feifei could not help but glance at Yang Kai. She was a woman after all, so she was slightly more sensitive. She could not help but feel worried that Yang Kai had overstepped. Ouyang Lai stared down at the wooden box, face serious but not speaking. Yang Kai went on, Senior brother, both the Black Ink clan and the human race masters have gathered in this universe furnace world. And we also have the native Chaos Spirit clan to be wary of. We cannot see what happens in the future. We can only strive for the best that we can do now. One more Ninth Order master in our ranks would mean a lot to the human race. Ouyang Lai heaved a long sigh. You think I don't understand that? Forget it. Since you insist on pushing me, then there's no need to say anything more or that would make me look stingy. Suddenly, he grabbed the wooden box and calmed his breathing, shouting, Junior brothers and sisters, Senior brother will refine this pill today and advance to the Ninth Order. I will trouble you all to stand guard for my sake. Yang Kai beamed. Good. Zhan Tianhe and the others cupped their fists with dignity. Please refine the pill with ease, Senior brother Ouyang. After making up his mind, Ouyang Lai no longer delayed the situation and immediately opened the wooden box, taking out the spirit pill that was glowing with a multicolored light from within, opening the portal of his small universe, and casting it inside. The moment the portal opened, what Yang Kai was able to glimpse inside left him in disbelief. A veteran 8th Order master like Ouyang Lai had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for many years and had survived who knows how many bouts with death. Though he survived, the injuries continued to pile on in places unseen, something which Yang Kai had already known. The 8th Order masters who guarded those collecting resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield were all such senior 8th Order masters. The hidden injuries in their bodies did not matter too much, but what troubled these veteran masters were the problems appearing in their small universes. For example, in the split moment that Ouyang Lai's portal was opened, Yang Kai could clearly see the abnormal situation within his small universe. It was not that there were any defects to his small universe or its foundation was unstable, it was just different from a normal small universe. The energy that was coming out from inside of it was also not too stable. It was not just a pretense when Ouyang Lai said that he was not fully confident. Otherwise, how would he think about having Zhan Tian he refine the spirit pill instead? They watched him cast the pill into his small universe, but whether he could successfully break through his limit and advance to the 9th Order was yet to be known. However, since Ouyang Lai had the determination and the qualifications to strive for it, it was worth it to take the gamble. All Yang Kai and the others had to do was to stand guard for him. However, standing guard in a place like this was not exactly easy either. Advancing to the 9th Order should surely cause quite the commotion and might draw in some strong enemies, especially Meng Ke, who escaped previously. He would surely spread the word about his encounter, and there were likely already masters from the Black Ink clan searching everywhere for them. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to just seal off this area to stop the commotion Ouyang Lai would be causing from spreading out, but that was an unrealistic thought. Despite his proficiency in the Tao of space, it was still impossible for him to seal off too large of an area in this place filled with chaotic shattered Tao essence. After a brief discussion between the 4 humans and 1 monster, they spread out, each guarding a separate position. The simplest plan was no plan. Many forefathers of the human race had reached the 9th Order in the universe furnace, so if their ancestors could do it, then they, the younger generation, could too. Ouyang Lai did not cause too much of a commotion at first, but soon Yang Kai, who was stationed nearby, sensed a mysterious movement from the former's direction. Obviously, this was a direct result of him refining the spirit pill. The burgeoning aura was so profound that even Yang Kai, who had cultivated the 3 selves source reconstitution art secret technique, could sense the mysteries within it, accompanied by an urge to focus his mind and enlighten himself through its mysteries. If even he was reacting this way to it, then it should be true even more so for Zhan Tian he and the others. Fortunately, they were tactfully aware of the severity of the situation and fought back the urge to sit down and cultivate, keeping their divine senses focused on their surroundings instead. It did not take long for trouble to arrive, but it was within Yang Kai's expectations. Though, while he expected the enemies to come while Ouyang Lai was making a breakthrough to the 9th Order here, he never would have thought that the first ones to react would actually be the chaos entities that lacked intelligence. The place that they were hiding in was a mountain range formed by condensed shattered Tao essence and was no different from the real mountains in the outside world, but intrinsically they were completely different. Chaos entities existed in this place, which Yang Kai had noticed previously. Only, based on what Liao Zhang told him, the chaos entities should not react much as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them. This was unless they were part of the Chaos Spirit clan that had defined physical bodies and were strongly hostile against all outsiders. In that case, anyone who entered their territory would have to face their retaliation. The chaos entities had not been on their minds before. Thus, they never expected that countless chaos entities would be attracted by the disturbance and would swarm towards Ouyang Lai from all directions. Yang Kai reacted immediately to the situation and realized that the chaos entities must have been attracted by the fluctuations coming from the supreme-grade open heaven pill. The chaos entities had an instinctive yearning towards the open heaven pills that were formed in the universe furnace. By refining an ordinary grade open heaven pill, one of them could form their own physical body and turn into a member of the Chaos Spirit clan. Now that Ouyang Lai was refining a supreme-grade open heaven pill, the fluctuations were so pervasive that there was no way the chaos entities could sit still. It was just like a pack of wolves who had been starving for years had suddenly caught onto the scent of meat. Yang Kai and the others acted immediately, circulating their Tao strengths to stop and eliminate the chaos entities that were drawn over. Tao strengths dealt a great deal of damage to the chaos entities, and many of them could not even withstand a single blow before they disintegrated back into disorderly shattered Tao essence. However, there were far too many of them, and they were piling in from all directions. They had no idea where these chaos entities came from, but there seemed to be no end to them. Yang Kai felt that he had made a mistake. He should not have asked Ouyang Lai to make his breakthrough in a place like this. However, Liao Zheng never mentioned any of this in his report, so Yang Kai could not have expected this to happen. The reason they stopped here to begin with was because they were trying to hide themselves in the terrain so that they could recover from their injuries. Ouyang Lai refining the open heaven pill here was just a logical progression. Who knew that such a thing would happen when that decision was made? Similar to what Yang Kai was encountering in the desert where Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were, the two of them had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, which Yang Shui had taken into her small universe and was in the midst of refining. It did not take long before an endless stream of chaos entities popped out from the sea of sand, lunging in for the kill. Fortunately, the two of them were staying in the flowing time temple all the while. At the moment, Yang Xiao was standing right in front of the flowing time temple and was working its protective powers by channeling all his might into it. At the same time, he used his own time Tao strength to kill the approaching chaos entities. He slaughtered with reckless abandon, his dragon vein throbbing intensely. His little ant was about to advance to the ninth order, so how could he allow these mindless chaos entities to spoil her efforts? On Yang Kai's side, the 4 humans and 1 monster were originally scattered in all directions with Ouyang Lai at the center, but in just a few moments, they had all gathered closer around Ouyang Lai, each guarding a different direction and stopping all the incoming chaos entities. Things were going better on Yang Kai's side since his attainments in his Grand Daos were exceptionally high, so it was no problem for him to deal with his share of the chaos entities. Thunder Shadow's side was slightly sloppy, but he was still managing to hold his position. In contrast, Zhan Tianhe and the others paled in comparison, especially Lu Feifei. She was not considered weak by any means, but one could clearly tell that her command over her Grand Dao was lacking compared to Zhan Tianhe and Xiongji. She did not last for long before becoming overwhelmed and almost let a few chaos entities slip past her guard. It was thanks to Yang Kai's timely help that they were able to avoid a disaster, of course. This was also related to the fact that they were unable to use their full power. Ouyang Lai was refining the open heaven pill just behind them so that he could break through into the ninth order. If they were to use their full power here, they might end up disturbing him. Big brother. The chaos entities outside have been drawn over as well, Thunder Shadow suddenly warned amid the heated battle. Yang Kai almost choked when he heard himself being called Big Brother. Still, he spared a glance and sure enough, the chaos entities wandering the void had also been drawn in, which instantly made their less than optimal situation all the more dire. He had to think of a plan. If this went on, then Ouyang Lai's breakthrough attempt would fail prematurely. If he failed here, it would be a huge loss for the entire human race. If he could turn the power of his Dao strengths into a protective barrier and envelop the entire area around Ouyang Lai with it, they should be able to solve the situation, but Dao strength was formless, so how could Yang Kai achieve something like that? Wait! While in the midst of battle, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Shapeless power? If Dao strength is formless, then how were these mountains formed? How could the infinite river exist? And these chaos entities, too, as well as the Chaos Spirit Clan, how could they be explained? In an instant, ideas poured into Yang Kai's head and made him think. While pushing down the emotion of having a sudden epiphany, Yang Kai had the feeling that he had vaguely touched upon something. The Grand Dao is not formless. It is perceptible. All this while, whether it be Yang Kai or other human race masters, they had always been borrowing from some sort of special method to present their Dao strengths. For example, when Yang Kai used the Sun and Moon Divine Will back then, the Sun and Moon would shine together to give rise to the Time Dao strength, which was then complemented by Space Dao strength, intertwining with it to form the profound space-time strength. The power of the Grand Dao was, for anyone, an ethereal existence, yet one that firmly existed. It was the foundation and direction for every open heaven realm master's cultivation. Nobody had ever actually seen directly what the Dao looked like. It was both a limitation of one's mind and stereotype thinking. However, what Xianxia saw in the universe furnace gave rise to an epiphany. The Tao was not invisible nor shapeless. These mountains, the infinite rivers, and even the jellyfish chaos entities that he kept in his small universe were all condensations of shattered Tao essence. So which one of them was not a manifestation of Tao strength? If the shattered Tao essence could assume a form, then why not the grand Taos cultivated by cultivators? Xianxia suddenly felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, and many new insights were being born in his mind. After calming himself, Xianxia began circulating the space and time Tao strengths with all his might to spur on their subtleties. Even though he had cultivated many grand Taos, the ones with the highest attainments were the Tao of time and the Tao of space. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the Tao strengths of the other grand Taos and only used the Tao strengths of time and space in order to protect this place. Under his careful control, Xianxia wrapped the Tao strengths around Ouyang to block the chaos entities who were rushing at him, brushing them away without affecting Ouyang in the slightest. One had to have a high level of mastery and control over one's grand Tao to achieve such a thing, or else the slightest mistake could mean pulling Ouyang into it as well. More and more chaos entities were gathering, emerging not just from the mountains, but also from the void. Some were even born out of thin air. This mountain range itself could technically be considered a chaos entity as well, and an extremely massive one at that. Only it was unlike the other chaos entities in that it was completely fixed in form, incapable of thought, and also immobile. However, the shattered Tao essence that was stripped off of it could come together again to give rise to new chaos entities. The pill fragrance and aura emanated from the supreme grade open heaven pill was so strong that a large number of chaos entities were spurred into birth within the mountain range that was so full of shattered Tao essence. After being damaged by Tao strength, the chaos entities that came lunging over often dissipated into nothing before they could even get close to Ouyang. Nonetheless, their numbers were truly too great. Xianxia could certainly hold down his own end, but if the others were to deplete their strength, then the defensive line would collapse. Zhan Tianhe and the others were getting anxious. Ouyang did not have full confidence to be able to refine the supreme grade open heaven pill to begin with, so if he were to be disturbed by the chaos entities now, it would make things far worse. There may really even be a chance of failing. However, they had already done everything they could. They were constantly unleashing Tao strengths, but in desperation, they could only put their hopes in Xianxia. He was the pillar of the human race who had performed countless miracles, often achieving feats impossible for all others. They only hoped that he had a solution to the situation at hand. Otherwise, if even he came up empty in the face of their predicament, there was truly no other hope. It was at this point that Zhan Tianhe and the others saw where the problem lay. They should not have had Ouyang refine the open heaven pill here. Any other place in the void would not have been as bad as this place. Without the mass of chaos entities being born from the mountains, any one of them could have dealt with this situation easily. In fact, it may not have mattered if there was no one standing guard for Ouyang then. This whole situation could only be attributed to poor information on their side. But there was nothing they could do about it, as most of the information about the universe furnace came from the one witness, Bloodcrow. However, to be fair, he was only in the 7th order open heaven realm when he entered the universe furnace back then, and he was not from the cave heavens or paradises either. As a rogue character, how could he have known of such confidential information? Throwing a quick glance over at Xianxia, they saw him circulating his Tao strengths and brandishing them freely. His face did not look too panicked, which calmed their anxiety some. Soon, something unusual caught their attention. Surprisingly, a mist began forming around Ouyang. They had no idea where the hazy mist had come from, but it formed a barrier of protection around him that enveloped Ouyang into it. Some of the chaos entities that failed to be blocked and rushed into the mist would quickly melt away like snowflakes under the blazing sun, turning into nothing before they could reach Ouyang. Zhan Tianhe and the rest were shocked. It was not mist. Clearly, it was a mysterious condensation of Tao strength. Instantly, they felt amazed. So, Tao strength can be manifested in such a way. In all their years of cultivation, nobody had ever told them about that. And, after tracing the source, Xianxia turned out to be the cause of the mist. Though they had no idea what Xianxia had done to manifest his Tao strength in such a way, the tense situation from before finally eased up. With the mist of pure Tao strength as a barrier, the chaos entities were simply unable to break through their defense. The pressure on Zhan Tianhe and the others was relieved in an instant, and they were all thoroughly impressed. As expected of this man, he truly was great at creating miracles that nobody else could perform. As long as senior brother Ouyang Lai did not make any mistakes in refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, then there should be no issues. As they were thinking that, Zhan Tianhe and the others were surprised to find that the mist barrier manifested by Tao strength was still constantly evolving. The Tao strength around Xianxia had become increasingly intense, as if the mist barrier was not his ultimate goal. Sure enough, following Xianxia's continuous efforts, the faint particles of the mist as fine as dust began to gather together, from mist turning into water. Walala! The faint sound seemed to emerge from the depths of their souls, and the moment it did, all of them were taken aback. It seemed like even their own Tao strengths could not help but resonate in response. When they looked up, they were immediately met with a shocking sight. It was not known when a trickle of water had appeared in the mist. It did not seem different from any ordinary stream of water. In fact, this stream of water had come about as a manifestation of the purest Tao strength. Water continued to flow, absorbing the surrounding mist and gradually growing in size. In just a few moments, the stream surrounding Ouyang Lai disappeared without a trace, replaced by a brook coiling up and constantly spinning around. It was as if there was a flow of water surrounding Ouyang Lai and enveloping him into it. The stream rapidly grew in size, turning into a small river. The river water flowed in a coiling circle, going round and round. There were even some splashes in the river, shooting out instantaneous explosions of Tao strength. Anytime any chaos entity was swept up into the Grand Tao River, they would disappear in an instant as if the water had some kind of devouring effect. Zhan Tianhe and the others slowly stopped what they were doing and just watched the scene in amazement. They thought that since they had already reached the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm in their cultivation, then even if there were some differences between them and a legendary figure like Xianxia, he should still not be too far behind them. It was only at this moment that they realized that Xianxia belonged in a different league among peak 8th orders. As expected of a living legend, the Grand Tao River coiled around, protecting Ouyang Lai. Countless chaos entities rushed into it, only to draw up a splash before disappearing into nothingness, unable to disturb Ouyang Lai inside of it at all. Xianxia kept on circulating the Tao strengths within his own body to keep the Grand Tao River flowing and expressing the profundities of his Tao strengths, growing the river in volume. However, it was not long before he reached his limit and could do no more. Looking over now, the Grand Tao River was now 10 times larger than when it first took shape, and it was coiling around Ouyang Lai's body like an awe-inspiring water dragon. Xianxia had an expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but he was in quite a good mood inside. This was no surprise, as he would have one more trump card up his sleeve from now on besides the Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Since it is an expression of the Taos of time and space, then let's call it the Space-Time River. The reason he came about with such an idea was because of the infinite river that he had encountered in the universe furnace world. If the infinite river could be formed from rich shattered Tao essence, then why couldn't he form a river with his own Tao strength? It was from this thought that the space-time river was born. However, there was still an enormous difference between his space-time river and the universe furnace world's infinite river, which was said to run through the entire universe furnace world. On the other hand, Xianxia's space-time river could only exist in a limited area. At the very root of it was his own attainments in his grand Taos. If that could be improved, then the volume of the space-time river would definitely increase in turn. This was not something that could be rushed. Regarding the Tao of time and Tao of space, Xianxia was currently only at the 8th level of mastery. If he could one day reach the 9th level, then there would definitely be quantitative and qualitative changes to his space-time river. Of course, the limitations could also be attributed to the fact that Xianxia had only just been enlightened to such a method. If more time was given to him to study it, familiarize himself with it, and to gain experience using it, then its might and volume would also improve. The greatest advantage of the spacetime river over the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was its sustainability. Currently, Xianxia was using it to protect Ouyang Lai, but he could naturally use it to trap enemies as well. If he had this trump card when they were dealing with Mengke, then they might have been able to kill him rather than just forcing him to retreat. If there came a day when the spacetime river's volume increased to the point where it was on par with the Universe Furnace World's infinite river, then Xianxia would probably become invincible. Whether it was a royal lord or a black ink giant spirit god, as long as he summoned the spacetime river and dragged his enemies into it, then they would only be able to reflect on their mistakes for the next several 100,000 years. After all, the spacetime river was created purely by manifestations of the Tao strengths of space and time. Thus time and space in its waters were infinitely variable. The creation of the spacetime river fully displayed Xianxia's deep understanding towards Tao strength. And for Zhan Tianhe and the others, was this not an opportunity for them to observe and emulate a true master? Xianxia had opened the door to a new world, and at the same time, brought a surprise that gave them great insight. Of course, whether they were able to manifest their Tao strength as Xianxia did would depend on their own enlightenment and their attainments in their own respective grand Taos. This was not a simple matter. Xianxia's ability to achieve it was naturally through constant enlightenment and polishing of his own grand Taos, and the countless years of accumulated experience was what led to his current achievement. But in any case, the Eighth Order Masters here had now seen another way that Tao strength could be used. The spacetime river that emerged was still nascent, but it was just like a coiled dragon protecting Ouyang Lai, silently eliminating all the endless chaos entities that were charging in from all directions. Zhan Tianhe and the others were all freed from their task as Xianxia alone could completely protect Ouyang Lai through the use of his spacetime river. It wasn't until Zhan Tianhe and the others recovered that they were surprised to realize that Thunder Shadow had disappeared at some point in time, and they had no idea where he went. Time kept on passing and the strong pill aura of the supreme grade open heaven pill kept on bursting out from the barrier of the spacetime river. Ouyang Lai's aura was also flaring madly, though it had reached a kind of limit long ago. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill were currently dissolving the barriers of his small universe and breaking his shackles. However, there were many problems with Ouyang Lai's small universe to begin with. If he wanted to make a successful breakthrough, then it would take more than just removing that barrier to succeed. He had to find the perfect moment through breaking the barriers of his small universe and achieving equilibrium of his powers. Otherwise, he would risk losing everything. There was nobody who could help him through this point. He could only rely on himself. After an unknown period had passed, Xianxia, who was fully committed to keeping the spacetime river running, suddenly had a chance of expression. Ouyang Lai's aura, which had long reached its limit, was fluctuating, signaling that he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. Whether or not he could advance to the Ninth Order would depend on the final push. As a veteran Eighth Order Master who spent countless years fighting the Black Ink Clan, Ouyang Lai had never been short of determination or drive. While Xianxia was still worrying about whether his breakthrough was still proceeding normally, Ouyang Lai had already circulated his own aura like mad with a determination to succeed or die. Xianxia felt deep respect for this old warrior. The aura at the peak of the Eighth Order floated and sank hundreds of times in an instant. Then the limits were smashed through and Ouyang Lai's aura rose wildly. The fallout was so unbridled that even the spacetime river, which Xianxia kept at a constant coverage, bulged somewhat unstably. Sensing the movement, Zhan Tianhe and the others, who had been tense and apprehensive the whole time, revealed looks of joy. All of a sudden, they noticed that the number of chaos entities swarming over greatly reduced. Some of them even seemed lost and confused, having suddenly lost their target. This was undoubtedly because the supreme grade open heaven pill had been completely refined by Ouyang Lai and had lost its pill fragrance which had been attracting them. The spacetime river was still guarding Ouyang Lai, and though Zhan Tianhe and the others were eager to see what the situation was like inside, they did not dare to intrude and could only look at Xianxia with inquiring gazes. Xianxia simply nodded lightly. Success. The clenched hearts of Zhan Tianhe and the rest of the group could finally be let go, and if not for the worry of disturbing Ouyang Lai, they would have not been able to endure the urge to break out in joyous laughter. Even though they were not the ones who made the breakthrough into the Ninth Order, they were still overwhelmed with the joy of seeing another old ancestor join the human race, and one who had been born in this universe furnace world at that. There was no Ninth Order master among those who entered the universe furnace this time, whereas there were many pseudo-royal lords from the Black Ink clan here. The enemy had superior numbers and strength to begin with, but with the new addition of a Ninth Order master, it would definitely have a huge impact on the human race's situation. After a few moments, the space-time river gradually disappeared. It was Xianxia who had dispersed the energy, allowing a blazing red figure that looked like he was on fire to exit from there, his powerful aura completely unrestrained. Though he was not targeting them deliberately, Xianxia and the others still felt slightly pressured by it. Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Xianxia, who had successfully broken through his limits and advanced to the Ninth Order, was undoubtedly more radiant than before. Even his appearance seemed much holler and youthful. It was not that he was unwilling to restrain his aura, but rather that he could not, as he had just broken through to the Ninth Order and his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Xianxia couldn't help but laugh as he strode forward, causing Xianxia to not know whether to laugh or cry at. Xianxia's smug attitude always gave off the impression that he was an irreverent brute. However, he could understand how Xianxia was feeling. Anyone would be ecstatic if they were able to break through to the Ninth Order. There was basically no one else alive who had witnessed a Ninth Order master's breakthrough, so this was an event worth celebrating. I can't believe this day would come for me. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia stood akimbo, continuing to laugh boisterously with his head facing the heavens. He really never imagined that he would one day, in this lifetime, be able to advance to the Ninth Order. After countless years of battling with the Black Ink clan and accumulating countless hidden injuries, the situation in Xianxia's small universe had become a mess. He had also reached his peak in the Eighth Order and had been stagnating there for some 10,000 years. He had only one wish in this life, and it was to one day die in battle, but not without dragging along several masters from the Black Ink clan to be buried with him to make his death worthwhile. So, when Mi Jingluan secretly arranged to have Xianxia bring him to the Black Ink battlefield to guard those who were going to collect resources, Xianxia was more than a little unwilling. Though collecting resources was still of utmost importance for their race, Xianxia had spent his entire life directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, brushing shoulders with death countless times. It was not his wish to hide around with those who had gone to mine resources. Fortunately, the escape of the innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had forced Xianxia to send him back from the Black Ink battlefield to make a report, which gave Xianxia another opportunity to continue fighting. When the universe furnace projection appeared in Azure Sun territory, filled with bloodthirst for war, Xianxia had only one plan, and that was to charge into the universe furnace, or more likely, die in Azure Sun territory, paving the way for the rest of his people in blood. Since he was going to be dying in battle anyway, his life would not have been considered a waste. Many territory lords had already died at his hands, so he had already played his part as an Eighth Order master. Xianxia was lucky to get the chance to enter the universe furnace and was originally planning to search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Xianxia. But in the end, it was Xianxia who gave him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This twist of fate was simply hard to put into words. But no matter what, the current Xianxia was a true Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master of the human race. Xianxia saluted him with a smile. Congratulations to senior brother for advancing to the Ninth Order. Now, we have another Ninth Order master among our ranks. Xianxia and the others also saluted him. Congratulations, senior brother. Xianxia quickly withdrew his laughter and returned the salute solemnly. Many thanks, junior brothers and junior sister, for standing guard for me. They all exchanged glances. Then there was another burst of laughter. After laughing, Xianxia said, Senior brother has just advanced. Why not cultivate for a while to stabilize your cultivation? The current Xianxia was just like the pseudo-royal lords. He couldn't withdraw his own aura. The reason for that was because the pseudo-royal lords were unable to completely control their strength, which was currently also the case for Xianxia. However, the difference for the pseudo-royal lords was that that was how it would always be for them, but the same was not true for Xianxia. As he continued to improve his control over his strength and stabilize his foundation, the situation would improve with time. Lai waved his hand. That won't be necessary. I have been fighting my entire life against the Black Ink clan. As for stabilizing my cultivation, just killing a few of them will work. The more I kill, the more my cultivation will stabilize. There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Xianxia smiled. In that case, senior brother, why don't you look over there? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Lai looked in the direction Xianxia was pointing and soon raised his brows. So, there are those who come knocking by themselves to court death? As he said so, he had already turned into a red glow, charging over to the other side. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly erupted over there, seemingly from masters engaging in a fight. It was only then that it dawned on Xianxia he and the others. Were there territory lords who were lured in too? There were several auras currently erupting from the battle in that direction, one of which was Thunder Shadow who had disappeared earlier. Xianxia he and the others could not figure out when Thunder Shadow had disappeared as their attention had been drawn to Xianxia's space-time river at the time, much less where he had gone. Only now did they realize that territory lords had long been attracted by the commotion, but they just didn't dare to rush forward and just waited in the shadows, watching. Naturally, the enemy's actions had long been noticed by Thunder Shadow and Xianxia. It was most likely Xianxia who noticed them and arranged for Thunder Shadow to sneak over. Otherwise, Xianxia couldn't pinpoint their location so accurately. Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order was undoubtedly noticed by those from the Black Ink clan, which made them even more afraid to do anything rash. It was only when Xianxia revealed their whereabouts that Lai began to move, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves while Thunder Shadow, who had been lurking in ambush, began attacking to tie down the stronger enemies. As soon as Xianxia he finished his exclamation, the commotion grew even greater. Clearly, Lai had entered the battlefield and was fighting with the territory lords. Let's go take a look, Xianxia said to them before making his way there unhurried. Xianxia he and the others followed closely behind. By the time Xianxia led them over to the battlefield, the fight was mostly over. The three territory lords who had been drawn to the commotion were fighting against Lai with a Three Fortunes formation, but these acquired territory lords were still limited in strength. Lai had just broken through, so his cultivation was yet to fully stabilize. If it had been 3 innate territory lords fighting in formation, then the battle might take a while, but 3 acquired territory lords were far too weak to fight him. One by one, their lives were extinguished. When Xianxia and the others arrived, they just so happened to see Lai killing the last acquired territory lord with one punch. Thunder Shadow was staying on the sidelines, showing no intention of helping. He seemed to have been slightly injured, likely from when he was pestering the 3 territory lords earlier, making sure to delay the enemy for a moment. However, the other side had naturally fought back and injured him. Thunder Shadow's injuries weren't serious. He had only been distracting the 3 territory lords for a moment before Lai rushed over. Lai felt so relieved and happy that he had to yell for joy after breaking through his limit and defeating 3 strong enemies. If he were still at the peak of the 8th Order, then he might not have been able to take on the 3 territory lords who had formed a battle formation on his own, but now that he was in the 9th Order, it was no effort killing them at all. After reaching the high-rank open heaven realm, even going up by a single order was truly like reaching another layer of the heavens. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that the humans would only have seen so few 9th Order masters among them. Many of the veteran masters failed to progress once they reached the peak of the 8th Order due to their own limitations. Even those like Xianxia, who could surpass his peers in the same order, would still be overwhelmed when facing royal lords. Apart from escaping through the use of space secret techniques, it was difficult for him to fight such masters head-on, much less for the other 8th Order masters. When he saw Xianxia and the others coming over, Lai suggested, "Junior brothers and junior sister, I will go off searching for more foes. Do you want to come with me?" Lai was at the height of enthusiasm after just breaking through into the next order, and he was eager to make his mark in the universe furnace world. There were quite a lot of masters from the Black Ink clan who came in this time, and he was worried about bumping into those pseudo-royal lords previously. But now, Lai was itching to find one of them so that he could practice on them and to stabilize his cultivation through combat. Xianxia answered with some amusement. No need. With senior brother's current strength, I think it will be best for you to move alone. I will bring the juniors along. Xianxia nodded lightly. Fair enough. Indeed, as Yang Kai said, he was now in the ninth order and was experiencing explosive growth in his strength, so it was more suitable for Xianxia to move separately. As for Zhan Tianhe and his group, it would undoubtedly be better for them to go with Yang Kai. They were 4 8th Order Masters and Thunder Shadow. Even if they did encounter a pseudo-royal lord, they could smoothly use the 5 elements formation to deal with them. With Yang Kai acting as the core, they should not be in any danger. There was no need for them to worry in terms of safety. Turning his head to look into the depths of the void, Xianxia smiled. Big Head Xiang came in as well. I wonder if he has found his own opportunity. I'll look for him on the way, and if the opportunity arises, I'll try and obtain a pill for him. He had thought about finding a supreme grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but it turned out that the latter couldn't use it. Instead, he became indebted to Yang Kai. Right now, the one amongst the humans who most urgently needed a supreme grade open heaven pill was undoubtedly Xianxia. After building up a camaraderie through long years of fighting alongside each other, Xianxia had a firm friendship with him. If Xianxia could obtain an opportunity to advance to the ninth order, then the amount of help he could provide to the human race would be much greater than Xianxia. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Then, let me wish senior brother great success ahead. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. Take care. Yang Kai nodded. Xianxia had one last laugh before turning into a long stream, instantly moving far away. From a distance, his voice was transmitted to them, saying, "Here I come." It was a voice that carried great confidence and freedom. After seeing him off, Yang Kai called out to the group, "Let's go." Zhan Tianhe and the rest nodded and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. They were much more relaxed with him compared to when they first entered the universe furnace. When the 3 of them just entered this place, they were all extremely cautious. Though they were not scared of the ordinary territory lords or regular black ink clansmen, they had to worry about meeting a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, what they feared just had to come true, as they really did bump into a pseudo-royal lord in the end. If it weren't for the lone Xianxia, who had felt the fallout of their battle and rushed over to provide aid, their situation would have been disastrous. Now, with the inclusion of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow, the 5 masters could form the 5 elements formation at any time, which would give them full capability to fight against a pseudo-royal lord if they were to encounter another, so there was no need to act as cautiously as before. The concept of time and space in this universe furnace world was extremely strange due to the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the void. Even after several evolutions, there seemed to be no substantive change. Perhaps more evolutions were required in order to lift the invisible fog of the universe furnace world, and then the concept of time and space would become clear. They did not have any clear goal in mind either. In fact, whether it be the human race or the Black Ink clan, they had no specific plan for when they entered the universe furnace world. Their greatest target was undoubtedly the supreme grade open heaven pills, but nobody knew where they were. They could only wander around to see if they could get lucky. Thanks to his previous efforts, Yang Kai was able to use the power of the great sun and moon marks to locate the supreme grade open heaven pills, but there were still some limitations. If there was no pill relatively nearby, then there was nothing Yang Kai could do about it. So, Yang Kai was currently just leading Zhan Tianhe and the group around, going wherever they could go with Thunder Shadow perched on his shoulder, faintly circulating his innate divine ability to conceal their movements. With such cover, even if a master from the Black Ink clan were to search around, they would not necessarily find them as long as they weren't paying too much attention. Occasionally, they would come across chaotic areas where the chaos entities gathered. Then they would explore deeper into those places. Though they did not find any supreme grade open heaven pills, they did find some ordinary grade ones. In contrast to the supreme grade open heaven pills, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills that were produced by the universe furnace. As long as one had the will to search for them, they would eventually find a few. Though these ordinary grade pills were unable to help a cultivator break through their innate shackles, they were still very useful. With the help of these pills, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to accumulate enough heritage could use them to cut down the time needed for them to stay in retreat, allowing them to break through their bottleneck sooner and advance to the next order. This time, many Seventh-Order Masters had entered the universe. Xianxia had even met a few such cultivators previously. It was predictable that many new Eighth-Order Masters would be created after this trip into the universe furnace. As they were traveling, Xianxia suddenly felt something and changed directions, rushing off into the distance while sending a divine sense transmission to Xianxia, he and the others. "Get ready!" Xianxia and the others understood instantly that an enemy had been spotted, so they all prepared themselves for combat. A short while later, two powerful auras entered the range of their senses. From the aura alone, they could deduce that these were undoubtedly two territory lords who had entered the universe furnace world together. It was 5 against 2, and with Xianxia here it should not be a difficult fight. Moreover, with the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the two territory lords did not even notice them until they had gotten quite close. Xianxia and the others could not help but be amazed by this. The innate divine ability of this monster race great emperor that came from the myriad monsters world was truly a nightmare to guard against. Even with foreknowledge now, if Thunder Shadow wanted to sneak up on them, they might still not be able to detect him. Most importantly, this innate divine ability could not only be used on himself, but also used to conceal others. They were glad that a master of this caliber was on their side. If he were an enemy, then he would really be a headache to deal with. The two territory lords who were traveling together did not notice them until Xianxia struck out to attack them. They had only just circulated their black ink strength and had yet to make a single move when they suddenly heard a gushing sound. This puzzled the two territory lords greatly. How could there be sounds similar to flowing water in this empty void? When they turned their heads, they saw a huge river sweeping towards them like a torrent. The two territory lords were shocked and instinctually sent out an attack at the river. However, their efforts were futile. Their attacks filled with condensed black ink strength were like stones sinking into the great river, rousing no reaction whatsoever. Unimpeded, the river washed over the two territory lords, swallowing them up without a trace in an instant. To the side, Xianxia and the others, who had assumed a combat stance, all froze and glanced at each other, feeling a little at a loss as their enemy had literally vanished right in front of them. In a 5-on-2 battle, there was already no suspense to the outcome, but a lion still fought rabbits with all its strength. Xianxia and the others had been prepared to launch their attacks together to achieve a quick victory. How could they have known that Xianxia would not even allow them to act as he summoned his Grand Dao River directly, sweeping the two territory lords into it? Turning their heads to look at Xianxia, they saw his brow furrow as Dao strength surged around his body. Then, it dawned on them that he must be trying to test out his new ability on these two territory lords. The space-time river had only just been created by Xianxia. It had previously shown in battle when used to protect Ouyang Lai, but that was because of the natural restraint Dao strength had against chaos entities. Whether or not such techniques could truly be used against all enemies, Xianxia himself was not sure, so he naturally had to run some experiments with it. The two territory lords did not die immediately and were now flailing about inside the space-time river, trying to find a way out. However, the space-time river surged turbulently and was rich with Dao strength. The interplay of space and time greatly impaired the senses of anyone who fell into it other than Xianxia. Unless a master was far stronger than Xianxia, or had extremely high attainments in the grand Daos of time and space, finding their way out was basically impossible. The two territory lords were trapped inside like headless flies. In fact, despite being quite close to each other, they could not even sense each other's presence at all. They were separated by the ever-changing space. The space inside of the space-time river was somewhat similar to the space projected by the universe furnace when it first appeared. Things that may seem close were in fact very far away. Xianxia observed them for a while and could feel the strengths of the territory lord struggling inside of the space-time river, which made his brow raise. He did not use the power of the space-time river to its fullest, so the two territory lords were simply trapped and not suffering any real crisis. The result that he could see now was that this new technique had far exceeded his expectations in its ability to contain enemies. He had easily trapped two territory lords, so Xianxia felt that there should be no pressure on him even if he were to swallow up 8 to 10 more of them. Even if it was a pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia felt that he could trap them, and if he could trap them, he had the chance to kill them. After all, Xianxia was able to enter the space-time river himself and attack the enemies inside. With that idea in mind, Xianxia dashed into the space-time river. In just a few moments, there was a splash and Xianxia leapt out, carrying the body of a territory lord devoid of life. It had only been 2 breaths from start to finish. Zhan Tianhe and the others were dumbfounded. That was a territory lord, so how was Xianxia able to kill him so easily? It was as if he had casually dove into the water, caught a helpless fish, and come back to roast it. In fact, with Xianxia's current strength, it would not be difficult even if he were to face a couple of acquired territory lords head-on. However, with his new tactics, he could move with even more secrecy. Till death, those territory lords wouldn't even be able to see who killed them. While Zhan Tianhe and the rest watched on in shock, Xianxia casually tossed the territory lord's corpse aside before circulating his Dao strengths again, causing a current to surge through the space-time river, sending waves splashing in all directions. A faint glimpse of dense black ink strength could be seen escaping from several places, as well as the figure of the territory lord trapped inside. Clearly, another territory lord was struggling to escape from the space-time river. After a few moments, when the Dao strengths receded, the space-time river disappeared, and the territory lord trapped inside was revealed. Only, it did not take long before the territory lord's vitality was burned out as well. Looking at him, his body seemed to not have a single piece of healthy skin, as if he had been cut 1,000,000,000 times with a sharp blade. Even more bizarre was the fact that the territory lord gave off a very, very old feeling, as if he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he died. Zhan Tianhe and the others watched in awe at the river formed out of the Dao strengths of space and time, which was truly too bizarre. After trying it out on the 2 territory lords, Xianxia was able to make a general assessment of his new technique. The space-time river was certainly more useful in terms of trapping and containing opponents, while the Sun and Moon Divine Seal had greater explosive killing power. In terms of lethality, the 2 were more or less the same, but the consumption was rather for the space-time river. After all, Xianxia had to constantly circulate his Dao strengths in order to keep it flowing. However, it was still within a tolerable range and would not be a great problem as long as the battles did not drag on. The party then continued on their way. As time passed, they would occasionally gain a harvest, and if they encountered any Black Ink clansmen, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. If they encountered any cultivators, alone or those in small groups, Xianxia would take them in temporarily until they gathered enough with the ability to protect themselves before leaving them to form their own groups. After all, it was not a good idea to gather too many people in one place. While it would ensure their safety, the harvests would also lessen. In this way, Xianxia's group never exceeded 12 in total. Zhan Tianhe and the others never thought that fighting with the Black Ink clan could be so simple and easy. They had also fought with masters of the Black Ink clan, like territory lords, on each of the great territory battlefields, and though it was not difficult for them to defeat an acquired territory lord with their strength, killing one was never easy. However, no territory lord so far had been able to escape alive with Xianxia around. Every last one of them were cleanly killed off. There was only once that they encountered a pseudo-royal lord moving along with several territory lords where both sides charged at each other with full momentum. However, after just one exchange of blows, the pseudo-royal lord was taken aback. After only fighting for a few breaths, the pseudo-royal lord fled in a hurry, but Xianxia would not relent. He chased down their target with a group of masters in tow until finally injuring the pseudo-royal lord at some cost to themselves before giving up the chase. Zhan Tianhe and the others naturally understood what Xianxia was trying to do. Pseudo-royal lords were the greatest threats to the humans in the universe furnace world, so even if they were unable to kill them in battle, they had to make sure to injure them to cut down the combat strength of their opponent, lest the pseudo-royal lord cause trouble for the other human race masters. Those from the Black Ink clan had difficulty recuperating in this place, so getting injured inside of the universe furnace was extremely undesirable for them. If not for the fact that there were still several territory lords with the pseudo-royal lord, Zhan Tianhe and the others had to wonder whether Xianxia could keep him trapped here as well. The pseudo-royal lord escaped, but the territory lords with him were all killed, so it wasn't a total loss. This trip had been very fruitful both in battle successes and material harvest. Those from the Black Ink clan had also collected some ordinary-grade open heaven pills, so after they were cut down, these naturally went into Xianxia and the others' pockets. The only unfortunate part for Xianxia was that he neither encountered his human self nor sensed the existence of another supreme-grade open heaven pill. For him, his only goal during this trip into the universe furnace was to reunite with his other selves and find supreme-grade open heaven pills, of which he had already obtained one, leading to Ouyonglai's breakthrough to the Ninth Order. However, his human self was nowhere to be found. Xianxia had also checked with the other masters for any news about Feng Tianxi, but it was to no avail. They traveled around in the universe furnace, experiencing 2 more of the Grand Dao evolutions, and as that number continued to rise, so did the frequency of their encounters with both the enemy and their own people. This was undoubtedly proof that the space inside this world was gradually becoming clear and not seemingly boundless as it felt before. Perhaps, just as Blood Crow's information stated, after the universe furnace Grand Dao evolved 9 times, this universe furnace world would reveal its true self. Several torn-up bodies floated around in the deep and boundless void, alongside some broken artifacts scattered around next to them. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open. Though the body was lifeless, he still stood upright, glaring angrily ahead of him as if he was fighting with all his might even after death. Besides that, there were even fragments of small universes floating around the void with black ink strength lingering around them. Most likely, these fragments were from these people willingly sacrificing them. Xianxia and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with heavy hearts. During this time, they had constantly been taking in other human race masters before they broke up into smaller groups. Now, other than Thunder Shadow, they had 5 members. Zhan Tianhe and the original 2 were still with him, while the newcomers were Lin Wu, a recently joined straggler, and a veteran 8th Order master from Shihi Paradise, Tian Xiuzhu, an old acquaintance of Xianxia. Lin Wu was pretty lucky. He had entered at the peak of the 7th Order and obtained several ordinary-grade open heaven pills in this universe furnace world, then found a place to refine and advance to the 8th Order. It was the reverberations from his advancement that were picked up by Xianxia and his group, who just happened to be passing by. When they went over to investigate the situation, they had also taken him into their group. Otherwise, with masters from the 2 sides moving around in groups now, Lin Wu would not be in a good position if he ever encountered any enemies moving alone. The reason he was able to safely refine the spirit pill and advance by himself without the interruption of any enemies was undoubtedly because he was extremely lucky. However, at this moment, the face of the newly advanced 8th Order master did not look the slightest bit happy. Instead, he was sad and angry. There were 8th Order masters who died here, and more than one at that. Judging from the remnants of this battle, there were at least 4 or 5 8th Order masters who died here. In this universe furnace world where masters from the 2 sides gathered, every moment was a life-or-death struggle and fights could not be avoided. Xianxia and the others had also encountered many battlefields left behind after great fights had broken out, including the bodies of those from the 2 sides who had died in battle. However, it was a first for them to see as many as 5 8th Order masters dead in a single fight. After all, the gathering of that number was enough for a 4 symbols or 5 elements formation. Even if such a group encountered a pseudo-royal lord, they were not without a fighting chance. The pseudo-royal lords were more careful in these special conditions, and unless they were not fully confident, they would not fight with such recklessness. There had to be at least 2 pseudo-royal lords, or one accompanied by several territory lords. Zhan Tianhe contemplated solemnly. Some of the 8th Order masters must have just advanced recently, so their cultivation had yet to stabilize, which is why their small universes got easily corrupted by black ink strength and they had to sacrifice parts of them in order to avoid being fully corrupted. The fragments of small universes left behind here had been sacrificed by the human race masters during battle, which also formed the basis of Zhan Tianhe's speculation that they were newly advanced 8th Order masters. Even if the 8th Order masters could not best the pseudo-royal lords, their small universes would not be so easily corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, most of them had brought evil purging divine spears. The purifying light sealed within them could be used at critical moments in order to disperse the black ink strength in their small universes. Being forced to sacrifice part of their small universe meant that the heritage of their small universes as Eighth Order Masters was still not enough, and even the purifying light sealed within the evil purging divine spears used was not enough. Otherwise, who would sacrifice a part of their own small universe in a battle like this? That would only cause their strength to decrease, and they would die even faster. Yang Kai was silent. There was nothing wrong with Zhan Tianhe's assessment, but there could be another possibility. However, it was hard to glimpse any more clues just from looking at the remnants left on this battlefield. The shattered Tao essence that filled this void had long washed those clues away. If it was the other possibility, though, then things would be troublesome. Even Yang Kai's team could face the danger of losing their lives at any moment. We should lay them to rest. When he saw the Eighth Order Master who was still glaring furiously even in death, Yang Kai sighed. From his appearance, this must be one of the rising stars that did not die on the Great Territory battlefields, but died here instead. Red-eyed, Lu Fei immediately went forward and stored the tattered corpses. She had participated in the war a long time, and it was not as if she was new to seeing death. After so many years fighting on the front line, she had seen countless familiar faces fade away, yet she could not help but feel saddened and pained every time she saw such a scene. She often wondered why the Black Ink clan existed, and how great it would be if they had never been. But the heavens did not give them what they wished for. They were born in turbulent times, living in the midst of the confrontation between the two races. In order to rise up and gain control of the universe, then facing death was inescapable. Just like with the Eighth Order Masters who died here, they did not even know who they were killed by, let alone where to seek revenge. Every cultivator was mentally prepared to face death when they entered the universe furnace world, as their seniors had warned. Once one entered the battlefield, life or death was up to destiny, and success or failure was up to the heavens. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remains of the Eighth Order Masters who died here, the group continued on their way in silence and with heavy hearts. This time, many from the two races had entered the universe furnace world, especially the Black Ink clan. There were 20 pseudo-royal lords alone, possibly more. While teams like Yang Kai's were hunting down those from the Black Ink clan, weren't the pseudo-royal lords also killing Open Heaven Realm Masters? The peace agreement that had been maintained for thousands of years had been completely shattered by the arrival of the universe furnace. Now it was inevitable for a massive all-out war to break out between the two sides. The real battle that would determine the fate of both races had already begun, which made the battle in the universe furnace world that much more important. If the human race could cull more masters from the Black Ink clan here and gain more opportunities, it would be a great help to their situation outside. Otherwise, it would give their enemy an even greater advantage. In the past, whenever the universe furnace appeared, the masters that entered it would fight for not just opportunities, but also the fates of their race. Fortunately, this time was a special case, as all of the Black Ink clansmen which were originally occupying the Black Ink battlefield had been wiped out, destroying all their previous knowledge and intelligence. As such, the Black Ink clan was completely clueless about anything relating to the universe furnace. In comparison, the humans had much more information in their possession. However, this superiority in intelligence was still not enough to determine the final course of this event. The humans still had to fight hard for victory. This time, 9 supreme grade open heaven pills were produced in the universe furnace, and currently, the only one Yang Kai had found was the one refined by Ouyang Lai. The remaining 8 were still nowhere in sight. It would be impossible for the human race to obtain all 9 pills, a fact Yang Kai understood from the beginning. Without even mentioning the Black Ink clan, the native Chaos Spirit clan were the ones with a unique advantage when it came to obtaining the open heaven pills. The Chaos Spirit clan were spread throughout the entire universe furnace world, so chances were high that wherever those supreme grade open heaven pills drifted off to, the Chaos Spirit clan would be the first to find them. Did Yang Kai not also snatch the spirit pill he found previously from those jellyfish chaos entities? Now that only 8 of the pills were left, it was very possible for any one of them to have already fallen into the possession of the Chaos Spirit clan. If the humans or the Black Ink clan were able to get to them in time, then they might be able to fight for them, but if they were too late and the pills were refined by the Chaos Spirit clan, then it was useless even if they found them. So, even from the start, Xianxia felt that the human race should be able to secure 4 of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills, which would still be a great harvest. Naturally, the more the better. If they could get 5 or 6, Xianxia could not complain. He still had the great sun and moon marks, but finding the supreme grade open heaven pills was still not going to be easy. Otherwise, he would not have found only a single one until now. While Xianxia was thinking about how he could look for the supreme grade open heaven pills with greater efficiency, he suddenly felt something which caused him to turn and look in another direction, his expression brightening. This truly was wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. He was just wondering how he was going to find the remaining open heaven pills when the great sun and moon marks caught onto a hint of one. Had fortune come so suddenly that he couldn't even block it? Thunder Shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, could sense his delight and asked, "What did you find?" "A spirit pill." Xianxia gave him a simple answer before sending a divine sense message to everyone. "Hide your presence and follow me." Saying so, he took off and flew in that direction. Everyone also concealed their auras in a hurry, while Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and enveloped everyone in it. In the silent void, the group of 6 humans and 1 leopard moved silently, like shadows. After a few moments, the joyful look on Xianxia's face gradually faded away and became serious. He could vaguely sense masters fighting up ahead, but since it was still far away, he could not probe the situation, which made it hard to ascertain the strength of both sides. However, despite the distance, the fallout could still be felt, which showed how extraordinary both fighters were. Is it a pseudo-royal lord and an 8th Order master? No, there are only 2 fighters. If it truly was an 8th Order master against a pseudo-royal lord, they would surely be no match for them. It's simply impossible for such a fight to be so intense. As they continued to move, Xianxia's face turned increasingly grave. At this point, Tian Xiuzhu, the veteran 8th Order master with the greatest heritage among them next to Xianxia, sensed it too. He could not help but throw a suspicious glance at Xianxia. He found it a little hard to understand how Xianxia was able to detect the unusual situation here and rush over from so far away. As they drew closer, Zhan Tianhe and the others noticed it too. All of them were alert, circulating the world force inside their bodies and waiting for Xianxia to give the order for them to attack the enemy. This was how things went thus far. They would go into battle, winning each fight. There were many territory lords who had already died by their hands. However, Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked gravely at the source of the disturbance. A golden slit appeared in his left eye which looked both bizarre and majestic at the same time. The scene that entered his eye made his heart heavy beyond measure. The situation he had feared most had appeared, and it was happening right before his eyes. Tian Xiuzhu also noticed that something wasn't right, but he did not have eye techniques like Xianxia, so he could not see what was going on in the distance. After a moment, he could not resist the urge to ask, "Junior brother Yang, who are the ones fighting?" The shock waves from the battle were too intense. Before they had even got close, the shattered Tao essence here had already been thrown into disorder. It gave the impression that it was a 9th Order master fighting a royal lord. Xianxia sighed. It's a royal lord fighting a chaos spirit king. Everyone was shocked, but then they drew in their breaths, looking at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia chuckled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. "I was hoping that I had seen it wrongly too, but it is not one of our masters fighting there." There was nothing wrong with Blood Crow's information. There were indeed powerful existences in the universe furnace world like the Chaos Spirit Kings, who stood on equal footing with the 9th Order masters and royal lords. It must have been luck that they had not encountered one thus far, which was an indication that such existences were rare to begin with and were hard to find. Yet, they would never have expected to bump into one here. Moreover, Xianxia had also revealed another piece of information that was even more difficult for them to accept than the presence of the Chaos Spirit King. The Black Ink Clan has managed to create a royal lord here? Zhan Tianhe's face looked extremely grim. Mou was the only royal lord left in the Black Ink Clan after the war in the Barren Territory, so no royal lords had entered the universe furnace this time. The strongest among them were the pseudo-royal lords that they had created as a temporary measure. However, a royal lord had appeared here now, which obviously meant that they had become one in the universe furnace world. In other words, this guy had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and refined it. Indeed, the Black Ink clan was lacking in information about the universe furnace, but the supreme-grade open heaven pills were amazing treasures. One of them landing into the hands of the Black Ink clan was one thing, but they may not even have that much of an interest in them, as their main goal in coming here was to kill the humans and to ruin their opportunities to prevent new Ninth Order masters from being. However, since such a pill landed into their hands, they could naturally understand its profundity. Just by refining one would have the opportunity of advancing and becoming a royal lord. Many of the Black Ink clan's masters had entered this time, so there were bound to be lucky ones who could gain such opportunities, and this royal lord must be one such example. Xianxia was drawn here by the reaction of his great sun and moon marks. In other words, there was a supreme-grade open heaven pill here, and in fact, after he used his demon eye of annihilation, he saw not only the two figures exchanging blows, but also the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Multicolored light was emanating every so often from within a chaos entity without a fixed form. What could that be if not a supreme-grade open heaven pill? The royal lord must have spotted the opportunity and come to snatch it, but he did not expect there to be a chaos spirit king standing guard over this place. Thus, the two got into a huge fight. Under Xianxia's observation, the chaos spirit king was much stronger than the royal lord, and it was very clear that it had the upper hand in this fight. That was understandable, though. The royal lord had only just broken through, so like Ouyang he must not have familiarized himself with his newfound power yet, and was unable to bring out his full strength. However, it was different for this Chaos Spirit King who became one, at the earliest, when the universe furnace last appeared. The time they had spent in this realm was vastly different, and so their strengths naturally could not be compared. Moreover, there was not just a lone Chaos Spirit King here. There were many other Chaos Spirit clansmen who had taken on defined forms. They took on all sorts of different shapes, some appearing like humans, while others looked not much different from the Black Ink clan. Layer by layer they gathered, protecting the chaos entity that had swallowed the supreme-grade open heaven pill, awaiting the birth of a new Chaos Spirit King. "It's him!" Lu Fei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was confused, but Lu Fei explained, "Our comrades that died back there were most likely victims of this royal lord." It was then that Zhan Tianhe and the others finally realized, and Tianxiu Zhu nodded in agreement. "It's highly likely." Xianxia was unsurprised. In fact, he had suspected a royal lord had appeared among the Black Ink clan when he saw the traces on that battlefield. With 5 Eighth Order masters joining hands, unless they were met with a truly formidable enemy, there was no way they would have been wiped out. A single pseudo-royal lord would not have been able to achieve that. However, if it were a true royal lord, then that was a different matter. There were no useful clues left at the battlefield, so it was hard to be absolutely certain. But now that he saw this royal lord, everything became clear. The Eighth Order masters must have encountered this royal lord, and even in their battle formation, they were no match for him and were cut down. After that, the royal lord came to this place and discovered the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Currently, one royal lord had been created with the help of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, which meant one less Ninth Order master for the human race. With this, the advantage gained by Ouyang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order has also been lost. Right now, they had accounted for 3 of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills. One was used by Ouyang Lai to advance to the Ninth Order, another was used by this royal lord, and the third was currently inside a chaos entity which was in the midst of refining it. Of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills, 6 were still missing, and it was uncertain how many of these 6 the humans could seize. Therefore, no matter what, this third open heaven pill they had found could not land in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, if another royal lord was created, then the situation of the human race in the universe furnace would become extremely difficult. However, seizing the pill was an exceptionally difficult thing to do, as there was a Chaos Spirit King standing guard here. Furthermore, there were dozens of Chaos Spirit clansmen also present. This place was most likely one of the gathering spots of the Chaos Spirit clan, since Xianxia had never seen so many together like this before. They were not like the stumbling chaos entities without consciousness or even a stable form. During this trip, Xianxia had encountered many chaos spirits with the group he was leading, and if a comparison was to be made, the ordinary chaos spirit clansmen were able to exert strength around the human race's equivalent of the 7th order to the 8th order open heaven realm. 1 or 2 was nothing to worry about, but several dozen gathered in one place would be difficult to handle. Looking over from where he stood, Xianxia realized that the royal lord that the Chaos Spirit King was fighting seemed as if he were riding a tiger. He had attained this identity as a royal lord through the help of a supreme-grade open heaven pill produced in the universe furnace world. Thus, he knew just how amazing these pills were, and was determined to snatch another. Clearly, he could not do much here, but even so, it would be a great shame just to give up, so he continued fighting with the Chaos Spirit King. Only after reaching a safe place where they could no longer feel the shockwaves of the battle did Xianxia speak. "Senior brother Tian, I'll leave the junior brothers and sisters with you for now. Take them away quickly, as far away as possible." Xianxia nodded. What is junior brother planning to do? Could he be thinking of stirring up trouble while the Chaos Spirit King and Royal Lord are fighting? That was not a sound idea, as a battle between two peak masters was not one that an ordinary person could just step between, not even Xianxia. He thought about dissuading him, but Xianxia added, "There's a supreme-grade open heaven pill there. I have to snatch it." Xianxia had to choke back down his words when he heard that while Tianxia was stunned and asked, "There's a supreme-grade open heaven pill there? Did junior brother see it?" Everyone else was also itching with excitement. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a 9th order master. How could they not be moved? Xianxia nodded. Currently, the supreme-grade open heaven pill is wrapped inside of a chaos entity that's refining it. Moreover, there's at least several dozen chaos spirit clansmen standing guard nearby. The royal lord must have come to fight with the Chaos Spirit King because he noticed the spirit pill there. Several dozen. Everyone drew in a cold breath. They had an idea of what the Chaos Spirit Clan was capable of, so with several dozen of them gathered together, they were going to take a lot of work to deal with. No wonder, Tianxia exclaimed in realization. He was wondering why the royal lord would clash with the Chaos Spirit King over there. It turned out it was because of the supreme-grade open heaven pill. In that case, we will act together with junior brother. At least we can take care of each other. Zhan Tianhe and the others nodded in unison. If they wanted to seize this pill from the hands of several dozen chaos spirits, if they were not careful, they would land themselves in grave danger. If they were to move together with Xianxia though, they could at least use a battle formation to split up the pressure, which would be much better than Xianxia having to fight alone. Xianxia shook his head. No. While we may have a higher chance of success if we all go, it will also make us a bigger target. Even if we did manage to seize the spirit pill, we may not be able to leave unscathed. It will be easier for me to move about if I just bring along Thunder Shadow. Tianxia pondered on his words before nodding lightly. That is indeed true. Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability concealed his presence perfectly. With the blessing of this divine ability, he and Xianxia could approach the pill unnoticed, and with Xianxia's skills, he was very likely to be able to seize the spirit pill if he burst out and caused a stir. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could then make a speedy escape. If Xianxia brought all of them along with him, though, his mobility would be seriously hampered. After understanding this point, Tianxia wore a serious look. You must be careful, junior brother. Seize the pill if you can, but if it's too risky, then don't force it. As long as there are green hills, there is no fear of lack of timber. Junior brother's safety is extremely important to the future of the human race. Xianxia nodded. I will keep it in mind. Tianxia cupped his fist to Xianxia. Then he turned to Zhan Tianhe and the rest. Let's go. Without delay, Zhan Tianhe and the rest cupped their fists in farewell to Xianxia before leaving. After watching the 5 of them depart, Xianxia turned around again, and with Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability activating, he quietly crept towards the battlefield. As for the safety of Tianxia and his group, there was little need to worry since they could form the 5 elements formation at any time. As long as they did not bump into a royal lord in the universe furnace world, or a large group of enemy masters, they would naturally be in no danger. Even if they did bump into a pseudo-royal lord, they should be able to put up a fight. A while later, Xianxia opened his demon eye of annihilation once more after approaching the edge of the battlefield and looked in from outside. It had to be said that Thunder Shadow's stealth innate divine ability truly was exceptional. Even at this distance, Xianxia would very likely have been noticed by the two fighting masters if he were alone, but under the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, neither the Chaos Spirit King nor the Royal Lord were aware that somebody was spying on them. Xianxia watched quietly and did not rush into action. Soundlessly, Thunder Shadow sent his voice over. "How confident are you?" He was Xianxia's monster self after all. Though he grew up in a different environment and had different life experiences, causing his personality to differ slightly, he still inherited some of Xianxia's characteristics. Despite how simply Xianxia had described the plan to Tian Xiuzhu and the rest, as if the spirit pill would fall into his hands with barely any effort, the chances of succeeding were slim from his perspective. Sure enough, Xianxia's response was less than 30%. The difficulty of seizing the pill lay not in grabbing the pill itself, but rather dealing with the dozens of chaos spirits that were in the way. But Xianxia did not necessarily have to fight them. With the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, he just had to reach a certain distance. Then he should be able to seize the spirit pill. The difficult part of this task was going to be how he was going to escape after seizing the pill. The Royal Lord was currently engaged in a fierce fight with the Chaos Spirit King, seemingly planning to settle their life and death here. But if an outside force were to dive in and seize the pill, Xianxia was sure that they would immediately join hands to deal with him. Xianxia did not even have the confidence to be able to face one top master, much less two of them, and even the slightest blunder or delay could cost him his life. The supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed important, but to put his life on the line to seize it was still not worth it. Hearing this, Thunder Shadow felt his head throb. Less than 30% was too risky in his opinion, and he couldn't help but worry. Then, what should we do? We'll wait. Xianxia gave a succinct answer. That puzzled Thunder Shadow. Wait for what? Xianxia shot a glare at him, which caused Thunder Shadow to become annoyed. I'm your monster self, so in a sense, I'm you. Don't look at me as if I'm an idiot because that's just calling yourself an idiot. Xianxia choked for a moment because what Thunder Shadow said was true. He could only explain patiently. Look at those two who are fighting. Who do you think is stronger? Thunder Shadow answered. Naturally, it's the Chaos Spirit King. Is there even a need to ask? There was no doubt that the Chaos Spirit King occupied the absolute upper hand in this battle. The Royal Lord was basically pinned down and beaten in the fierce exchange of blows as his rich black ink strength splattered out. Then, do you think that there's an opportunity that the Royal Lord can seize the pill? Of course not. He could not get by the Chaos Spirit King, much the dozens of chaos spirits protecting the supreme grade open heaven pill. If Xianxia had a 30% chance of sneakily achieving his plan, then the Royal Lord, who had already exposed himself, had a 0% chance at all unless he could overpower the Chaos Spirit King. If he doesn't have a chance, why does he continue pestering his opponent rather than retreat obediently? He's also taking a huge risk fighting the Chaos Spirit King here, and it would not be a pleasant experience for him to be wounded. Thunder Shadow instantly realized something. You mean, Xianxia grinned. Since he cannot seize the pill from the Chaos Spirit Clan but continues to fight without retreating, I'm guessing there's a very high chance that he has already called for help. He's repairing the bridge on the surface while secretly crossing the river. Thunder Shadow finally understood, and his amber eyes brightened a little, gleaming as if he recalled one of his previous encounters. This was exactly the same thing he experienced when he was fighting the Territory Lords for the first Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. The Territory Lords had called their allies using the miniature black ink nest they brought with them, and if Xianxia had not bumped into him by chance, he would have had to flee. There may already be masters from the Black Ink clan hiding nearby. We just haven't noticed them. As he said so, Xianxia scanned the depths of the void with his golden cross left eye, but he did not find anything. Thunder Shadow, on the other hand, looked extremely smug. As expected of myself to be able to see through things so thoroughly, Xianxia was speechless. With his monster self's boasting, it seemed to not have inherited much of his wisdom, but he could understand. After all, he was from the monster race. The battle between the two masters went on for who knows how long, and it was not known how much longer it would continue for. Yang Kai did not stay idle, however. It was the first time he encountered a Chaos Spirit King in the Universe Furnace world, and there was even a master on a similar level fighting it. It was a good opportunity for him to observe their fighting styles and assess their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, Yang Kai noticed something. Rather than calling this Chaos Spirit King a peculiar living being, one might as well call it an aggregate of grand Daos. Its body was purely an amalgamation of various Dao strengths, formed into a humanoid shape with its own consciousness. The way it fought its enemy was also extremely simple, which was to circulate the various Dao strengths in its body and smash them into its opponent. It was simple yet fierce. Every blow was heaven-shattering and earth-shaking, causing various cracks in the void as it thrust the surrounding Dao essence into disorder. Inwardly, Yang Kai weighed the odds of how things would go if he were to call Ouyang Lai over, but there was a great chance that the latter would not be a match for this Chaos Spirit King either. The rich Dao essence that filled the Universe Furnace world was the source of the Chaos Spirit King's power, and it seemed that as long as it was in this world, it would never tire. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai concluded that this Chaos Spirit King was extremely difficult to deal with, and if he wanted to kill it, then he would have to cut off its connection with the world to deprive it of its source of power. The Royal Lord clearly noticed this too, so he kept trying to pour out his black ink strength so that he could use it as a barrier to isolate his enemy and stop it from recovering its strength. However, it was all for naught. The Chaos Spirit King was stronger than him to begin with, so it was all the Royal Lord could do to keep himself alive under his opponent's attacks. How would he be able to do anything else? The two continued to fight fervently with each other. All of a sudden, the Royal Lord's body exploded into a giant black ink cloud that scattered in all directions, and he escaped just like that. The Chaos Spirit King's Dao essence shuddered for a moment. Then it broke up the black ink clouds. But the true body of its enemy was no longer anywhere to be found. However, it did not give chase and just stood there with an expressionless face, guarding its clansmen behind it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was my guess incorrect? How can that be? If the Royal Lord was not waiting for backup, then why would he keep on struggling against the Chaos Spirit King? What's more, the Black Ink clan can communicate with each other through the use of their miniature black ink nests, so why would he not gather help? However, the Royal Lord had indeed retreated, which put Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow in an awkward position. First of all, with the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, one man and one leopard were lurking not too close from the battlefield, but definitely not far either. The reason why they were not caught previously was naturally because the Chaos Spirit King's attention was being focused on the Royal Lord. Now that the Royal Lord escaped, the Chaos Spirit King was no longer restrained, and with what happened previously, even the slightest breeze might cause the Chaos Spirit King to go on alert. This caused the two of them to not even have the courage to move a single muscle, and Thunder Shadow had even pushed his divine ability to its limits before looking over with a questioning expression on its face, which clearly asked, "What should we do now?" At this moment, he did not even dare to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. Yang Kai had a gloomy look on his face. With how things were now, if he were to choose to withdraw here, then he would undoubtedly expose himself, which would not matter as the Chaos Spirit King was unlikely to come after him. But then his plan to snatch the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill would come to naught. The pill was right in front of his eyes, so how could Yang Kai be willing to retreat here? This was the key that would allow an 8th Order Master to advance to the 9th Order. Yang Kai still believed that his assumption had been right, and that the Royal Lord had withdrawn because his backup was not able to arrive swiftly. Since his backup was late, there was no point in the Royal Lord wasting his strength here. It would not be too late to wait for reinforcements before making a move again. So, it did not take very long for Yang Kai to make up his mind to continue waiting. If that Royal Lord came back, it would prove that his assumption was correct, and when that time came, he would have more wriggle room to carry out his plans. Time gradually passed unnoticed. After a certain amount of time, Thunder Shadow was starting to feel as if he could no longer keep up his innate divine ability. If that failed, then there was a great chance they would be revealed under the senses of the Chaos Spirit King. Just as Xianxia was considering whether or not they should retreat for the time being, his expression had a slight change. From the direction the royal lord escaped in previously, an undisguised powerful aura was rising, which immediately drew the attention of the Chaos Spirit King, who had remained on guard this whole time. Immediately afterwards, a massive black ink cloud rushed over from that direction, reaching the Chaos Spirit King in the blink of an eye, and a fight broke out once more. He's back. Sure enough, the royal lord that ran away previously came back. Relieved, Xianxia shot a glance at Thunder Shadow, who also breathed a sigh of relief and took this opportunity to catch his breath. With his previous experience fighting the Chaos Spirit King, the royal lord was clearly being much more cautious than before. Though he was still no match for the Chaos Spirit King, it wasn't easy for the Chaos Spirit King to just defeat him either. As the battle raged on, Xianxia turned in another direction. There, another powerful aura entered his senses. An aura that was not any weaker compared to the royal lord who had shown himself. This aura was just like a lamp in the dark of night, extremely conspicuous, which reminded Xianxia of the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords who did not have full control of their powers found it impossible to contain their auras, so hiding had never been one of their strong suits. This was, without a doubt, a pseudo-royal lord. From what Xianxia could sense, there were even a few territory lords gathered around the pseudo-royal lord. These were undoubtedly the helpers that the royal lord called for, which was exactly what Xianxia had suspected. The royal lord was simply trying to distract the Chaos Spirit King in a fight as his other companions took the opportunity to seize the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Without being able to conceal himself, the pseudo-royal lord rushed straight into the gathering of chaos spirits with several territory lords in tow. When the Chaos Spirit King noticed this, its attacks against the royal lord became even more ruthless. It clearly intended to force its opponent to back off quickly. Though the Chaos Spirit King was stronger than the royal lord, the difference was not enough to one-sidedly end their fight. Meanwhile, its opponent was putting their all into defending. Getting them to back off wouldn't be easy. While the Chaos Spirit King raged, the pseudo-royal lord and the territory lords stormed into the gathering of chaos spirits. A dozen or so chaos spirits stayed back to protect their clansmen, refining the supreme-grade open heaven pill, while the rest rose to meet the others in battle. Black ink strength spread out and Tao essence flared. The scene became heated in an instant. The royal lord and Chaos Spirit King aside, the pseudo-royal lords and the territory lords were able to overwhelm their enemies despite being fewer in number. With the pseudo-royal lord acting as the vanguard, and the territory lords in battle formations, they charged right through, and the many chaos spirits could hardly hold them back. Most of these chaos spirits were of varying levels of strength, but the majority were only equivalent to 7th-order masters or feudal lords, with less than 30% being on par with 8th-order masters and territory lords. How would they be able to halt the charge of a pseudo-royal lord? Fortunately, there were not only chaos spirits who had gained solid forms here, but also an incalculable number of chaos entities. Under the command of the Chaos Spirit Clan, countless chaos entities rushed towards the Black Ink Clan from all directions, without fear of pain or death, which allowed them to keep the Black Ink Clan in check. Xianxia and the others also had a hard time due to the chaos entities when they were standing guard for Ouyang Lai during his advancement. If it were not for Xianxia's enlightenment and development of the spacetime river, things might have gotten out of hand back then. At the moment, that was exactly what was happening. The Black Ink Clan side must not have expected that these chaos entities that they normally wouldn't bother with would actually be so difficult to deal with when their numbers swelled. It looked as if they had sunken into a great sea of chaos entities. Amidst them were also several dozen chaos spirits who were eyeing them closely. The pseudo-royal lord was furious. He had already pushed his strength to its peak and spread out black ink strength as far as he could. Forcibly, he cut a bloody path through the encirclement with the territory lords following him and lunged towards the supreme-grade open heaven pill. All they had to do was get their hands on the pill. Then they could immediately escape from here, and the Chaos Spirit Clan would have no way of pursuing them in the vast expanse of the Universe Furnace world. Meanwhile, their royal lord only needed to keep the Chaos Spirit King busy for a while longer. At this point, neither side had noticed that a small shadow in the void was approaching the battlefield like a phantom, slowly creeping towards the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Inside the shadow, Thunder Shadow was pushing his innate divine ability to its fullest and was hiding the auras of both Xianxia and himself as far as possible. Under the blessing of his divine ability, they blended in and became one with the shadows. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia's speculation was finally proved correct. The Black Ink clan had now made their move, so why would Xianxia stay idle? Whether or not he could seize the pill here would be up to whether Thunder Shadow could bring him close enough or not. It would not be easy to pass through such a chaotic battlefield. There were constantly chaos entities here and there that would inadvertently cross into the shadow, but they were all caught and restrained by Xianxia. Fortunately, there were so many chaos entities here that neither side noticed the unusual situation going on. Otherwise, Xianxia's plan would have fallen through. Xianxia watched the supreme great open heaven pill get closer and closer, and just as he was about to reach out to snatch it, a cloud of black ink strength happened to sweep past the shadow where Xianxia and Thunder Shadow were. The source was a nearby territory lord. Nobody was too concerned when the chaos entities were taken away by Xianxia, but the feedback the territory lord received from the energy it released alerted him instantly. Amid the battle, he raised his head towards the shadow and shouted, "Watch out!" He thought that it was one of the chaos spirits hiding, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That shout had without a doubt exposed Xianxia and Thunder Shadow completely. Xianxia could clearly feel two powerful auras, one from the Royal Lord and the other from the Chaos Spirit King, spreading over from the battlefield. Very clearly, it was the two masters investigating the situation here. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs could burst. If this could have happened just 5 breaths later, after Thunder Shadow had brought him close enough, he could have seized the supreme great open heaven pill and used space principles to escape. Then there would be a great probability that he could have achieved his goal without a scratch. However, this plan, which should have been safe, ended up being inadvertently ruined by a territory lord. Life was full of disappointments. Instantaneously, a great gushing river was summoned and covered a stretch of the void, swallowing up the chaos entity that had devoured the open heaven pill and was refining it along with a dozen or so chaos spirits protecting it nearby. This turn of events was so bizarre that both sides that were battling each other were stunned for a moment. Then, a bellow broke out. "It's a human! Stop him!" It was the pseudo-royal lord who reacted first. He was furious that some human would actually try to remove the firewood from under the pot while they were taking on huge risks, fighting the Chaos Spirit Clan so that they could get their hands on the supreme great open heaven pill. How could that be tolerated? The pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly, but there was someone else who was quicker, the Chaos Spirit King who was fighting the royal lord nearby. For the Chaos Spirit Clan, any creature that intruded on this place was an enemy regardless of whether they were from the human race or the Black Ink clan. So, the moment it sensed an enemy lurking in the shadows, it struck from afar. Though it was being hounded by the royal lord and could not withdraw easily, it still opened its mouth in the direction of Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. In the next instant, it seemed to have shouted, but no sound came from its mouth. However, a formless force traveled through the void, launching an attack towards the shadow where one human and one leopard were hiding. Chaos was shattered, and Grand Daos shook. At that moment, Xianxia just happened to have summoned the space-time river to swallow up the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme great open heaven pill, as well as several other chaos entities and chaos spirits which were protecting it, and he was about to escape using his space secret technique. When the blast of Dao essence crashed down on him, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest felt extremely stuffy and it was hard for him to manipulate space principles. Even the space-time river that he summoned was in turmoil as the water splashed about wildly. The space-time river was greatly destabilized by the attack of the Chaos Spirit King, and with this opportunity, 2 of the Chaos Spirits who were around the 8th Order in strength managed to free themselves from its confines. These 2 had humanoid forms, and their eyes immediately turned to look at Xianxia and Thunder Shadow before charging them to attack. Not only that, the pseudo-royal lord who was nearby also freed a fist out of his fight and punched towards Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia was attacked from 3 sides. Moreover, the local space was so disturbed at the moment that he could not even hope to escape using space principles. In this life-or-death moment, Thunder Shadow roared and transformed into his original size with thunder markings flashing all over his body. When he charged towards the two chaos spirits, Xianxia also let out a shout as a golden light erupted, and a golden dragon phantom enveloped him. As Dao strength was hard to manipulate at the moment, he had no choice but to maintain it with the help of his dragon vein. However, the golden dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before shattering. The fierce power was so overwhelming that Xianxia's chest felt like it had caved in. In an instant, who knew how many of his bones had broken? Fresh blood came pouring out, but he managed to keep it down. Gritting his teeth, he shot a cold glare at the pseudo-royal lord, and with fierce determination, spiritual energy flared madly as he roared, "Die!" The pseudo-royal lord did not even have the chance to shudder before he felt a strange pain in his knowledge sea, as if a long, invisible needle had pierced through the defenses of his soul, causing him to stagger back. It was a strange technique that targeted one's soul. The pseudo-royal lord understood that instantly. The Black Ink clan had a lot of information about Xianxia, and most of them were generally aware of such tricks, but according to what they knew, this was an unpredictable technique that was hard to guard against. Back then, many innate territory lords had been killed by Xianxia with this very technique, which gained him an infamous reputation. However, this technique did almost as much damage to its user as its target, and Xianxia had rarely used it over the last few thousand years. The pseudo-royal lord never would have expected that Xianxia would use that very technique against him at this moment, so he was unfortunate to suffer quite a loss from it due to being caught off guard. Taking an injury to his soul was a great headache for the pseudo-royal lord, but he quickly steadied himself. He was, after all, a pseudo-royal lord who was not something an innate territory lord could compare to, so he could still resist such attacks. He was only stalled for a moment, but Xianxia had already disappeared from sight. Following his aura, he saw Xianxia not far in the distance, clutching a large river and fleeing alongside the black leopard with lightning flashing all around its body. Xianxia knew that a soul-rending thorn would not be able to do much to a pseudo-royal lord, and his determined gesture from earlier was just to stall his enemy. After sending out a soul-rending thorn, he sent a message to Thunder Shadow and they ran. Thunder Shadow could not gain any advantage when he fought two chaos spirits head-on either. In just a few moments, he was beaten to the point where the lightning around its body had dimmed considerably. The sudden appearance of a third party not only made those from the Black Ink clan want to spit blood, but even the chaos spirits were distracted. Their main target was supposed to be the enemies from the Black Ink clan, but now they left them behind to attack Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. Xianxia could even sense that two powerful auras were locked onto him and were swiftly moving towards him. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The two of them had stopped their fight and were now tacitly chasing after Xianxia. For the Chaos Spirit King, anyone with the intention of snatching away the supreme-grade open heaven pill was an enemy. The Royal Lord clearly did not want the pill to fall into the hands of the humans either, and especially not Xianxia's hands. So, when the Chaos Spirit King tried to withdraw, he did not resist and instead joined forces with it. This time, Xianxia had stirred up the hornet's nest. Xianxia grumbled audibly. Everything was going smoothly just as he planned. He would have been completely capable of secretly snatching the supreme grade open heaven pill while both sides were fighting each other, then disappear after that. However, one accident led him to be chased down by the masters of both sides. Xianxia wished he could rip that damn territory lord who exposed him into 10,000 pieces, yet he just had to have trouble with using space principles at this moment. While dragging along the space-time river with several chaos spirits inside, all of whom were struggling to break out, he could not use instantaneous movement. It would not take long for Xianxia to deal with the captured chaos spirits, but that little bit of time was enough for both the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord to kill him 100 times over. There was practically no way out. Xianxia sighed in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to use that. Whether this venture was still worth it or not, he had no idea. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and made a movement, and in the next instant, a butterfly that was as vivid as if it were alive suddenly appeared in his palm, its body giving off a soft glow. It danced on Xianxia's hand before its wings flapped and a beautiful halo of light emerged. Go! Yang Kai whispered and threw the butterfly over his shoulder. The butterfly fluttered, then its small little body expanded. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a large butterfly enveloped the void. A halo of blue light swept through the chaos, cleansing the world. All of a sudden, the butterfly burst into 1,000,000 points of light. Many from the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan, who were chasing after Yang Kai, clashed headfirst into the shower of light, and under its glow, their expressions became indiscernible. The glow of light suddenly gathered towards a certain point, and in the blink of an eye, a gracefully enchanting figure appeared in the void, blocking the many pursuers. The Chaos Spirits did not have much of an opinion regarding what they saw, but the pseudo-royal lord's face paled as he stared at it and exclaimed, "Luo Ting He!" It was quite a coincidence, but this pseudo-royal lord had come from the great territory battlefield that Luo Ting He oversaw. He had also fought her before and was almost cut down in the process. Naturally, seeing this ninth-order master again here made him fearful. He could not help but think, did this woman also come in? But when he focused his eyes on her again, he realized that the woman was not living. Rather, it was some kind of manifestation or divine ability that was shaped in her image. However, despite it being a mere manifestation, it was still the divine ability of a ninth-order master, so it should not be trifled with. The pseudo-royal lord's expression turned grave in an instant. At this point, Yang Kai's heart felt like it was bleeding. He had used up such a trump card just like that. The butterfly was given to him by the newly advanced ninth-order Luoting He when they met back then. It was something that was condensed from 500 years of Luoting He's cultivation as gratitude to Yang Kai for his help. This ninth-order master had been trapped in Inyang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion and was unable to return. It was by chance that Yang Kai had awakened her memories after experiencing 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang, which freed her. After advancing to the ninth order, Luo Ting He had been thinking of ways to repay Yang Kai, but she could not come up with anything she could give him. Considering how Yang Kai was constantly on the move and would often encounter many strong enemies though, she spent her own cultivation to create this butterfly for him, which could be used to save his life during a critical moment. This was arguably one of Yang Kai's strongest trump cards that he kept hidden away all this while and never used. Even when he was chased across the Black Ink battlefield and nearly cornered by Mo Na Yi, Yang Kai never thought about using it. That was because Yang Kai thought it too much of a waste to use such a thing to kill a pseudo-royal lord. But now he had no other choice. If he didn't use it, then he really wouldn't be able to get away. 30 breaths of time. He only had 30 breaths of time. Luo Ting He made it clear to him when she passed him the butterfly that summoning it was equivalent to summoning her to fight. But it could only last for 30 breaths. This divine ability could be seen as something akin to a soul clone of Luo Ting He. However, considering Luo Ting He's strength and that of the enemies Yang Kai was facing now, it may not even be able to last for 30 breaths. Yang Kai needed to get out of here even sooner than that. Almost as soon as Luo Ting He appeared, a battle broke out. The pseudo-royal lord did not dare to step forward as he was wary of Luo Ting He's power, but the Chaos Spirit clan knew now fear. Soon, the royal lord and Chaos Spirit king had also rushed over. Yang Kai didn't even have the time to turn around and look. He just felt Dao strengths fluctuating behind him, and the immense aftershocks of their battle blasted out and nearly knocked him over. At this moment, he was rushing forward while carrying his space-time river. No matter whether it was a chaos entity or chaos spirit blocking his way, the river would flow out and take them all in to be taken care of later. Yang Kai didn't dare to waste any time here. The chaos entities weren't difficult to deal with usually, but it was not a good idea to be getting tangled up with them right now. As a result, the pressure inside of his space-time river was growing greater and greater, making it even more difficult for him to escape using space principles. Yang Kai, you court death. A furious roar came from behind him, followed by a fierce attack. The pseudo-royal lord had somehow made it over to give chase. Yang Kai was exasperated. Luo Ting He's divine ability didn't seem to be as effective as expected. Otherwise, how could this pseudo-royal lord have come over? This was making an already bad situation worse. However, he knew that it was not because the divine ability was not powerful. just that even Luo Ting he herself must not have expected him to be able to stir up so much trouble. Luo Ting he was confident when she told Yang Kai that day that this divine ability could be maintained for 30 breaths of time. In her mind, the greatest danger that Yang Kai could face would be to encounter a pseudo-royal lord alone. However, this soul clone of hers was now facing the combined forces of a royal lord and a chaos spirit king, not to mention many more chaos spirits. To have to hold back so many enemies alone, a newly advanced Ninth Order Master's soul clone would be severely lacking. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to get around her, she may not be able to stop him either. A powerful force hit Yang Kai on the back, sending his dragon scales flying and flaying his skin. This pseudo-royal lord had attacked to kill. After all, they had the chance to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill. So how could they allow Yang Kai to come out of nowhere and take advantage of the situation? So he was unrelenting in his attack, releasing the full extent of his power. Any other Eighth Order Master would surely be at death's door if not buried on the spot by such an attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh. Even though his 5 viscera and 6 organs were shaken after that attack, he endured the dizziness and used the force of that attack to propel himself further, making a speedy escape. However, the pseudo-royal lord did not give up his chase. Several others wanted to follow after him as well, but they were held back by the chaos spirits and had no choice but to form battle formations to fight. However, without the pseudo-royal lord leading the charge, they were soon racking up injuries, leaving them all quite miserable. They wanted to shout at the chaos spirits and tell them that they did not have the pill, so fighting was useless. They might as well go and chase after the culprit who seized the pill instead. However, they knew that the Chaos Spirit clan would not pay them any mind. To them, it did not matter whether they were from the Black Ink clan or the human race. Anyone who stepped into their territory was an enemy. The space-time river opened up before them, rolling in all the chaos entities in its path and forging a way forward. The Tao strengths of space and time was extremely dense within the river, and under the erosion of the Tao strengths, most of the chaos entities quickly melted away into nothing, but their numbers were just too great. Yang Kai could feel his Tao strengths quickly draining away. Even the volume of his space-time river was shrinking rapidly, which was not a good sign. He was able to pull the chaos entity with the supreme grade heaven pill into the river, but if the chaos entity could not be scoured away before the space-time river broke apart, then it would be difficult to get the pill. Worse, there were still some relatively powerful chaos spirits inside of the river that were taking advantage of his moment of distraction to go on a rampage, stirring up trouble inside the river. On the other side, Luo Ting, his soul clone, had already summoned her Yin-Yang fish divine ability to envelop both the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined and transformed mysteriously, turning the area it surrounded into a kind of cage. Without destroying this divine ability, even the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord would find it difficult to break free. A hint of Luo Ting, his consciousness was undoubtedly in this soul clone, and at that moment her brow was furrowed. She was trying her best to hold on, but she couldn't imagine how Yang Kai was able to provoke 2 top masters to join hands and chase after him. The 30 breaths of time she promised him was likely going to take a large dip. It would be amazing if she could even last 20 breaths. Understanding this, she immediately sent her voice to Yang Kai. Quickly escape! Once her soul clone failed to hold on, even if Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, the chances of him surviving under the pursuit of 2 powerful masters would still be slim to none. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at her call and pushed his Tao strengths to the fullest, forging ahead with the help of the space-time river. 5 breaths, 10 breaths, one by one, furious attacks unleashed by the pseudo-royal lord landed on Yang Kai's back from behind, causing him to stumble each time. In just a short moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had sustained the greatest amount of damage in his life. All of a sudden, the oppressive force ahead cleared up. When Yang Kai turned his eyes over, he realized that he had finally rushed out of the encirclement of the chaos entities and was overjoyed. He immediately circulated his world force, turning his figure into a stream of light and speeding off into the depths of the void. "Stop him!" the royal lord roared from behind him. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements even as he was fighting with Luo Ting, his soul clone. So when he saw that Xianxia was about to break away into freedom, he started to get nervous. If it were any ordinary 8th Order master, they might be able to escape for a while, but certainly not for long. With a pseudo-royal lord in pursuit of them, there would eventually come a time when they had to bow down and accept death. However, Xianxia was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space and was unparalleled at running away. If they let him escape, then forget a pseudo-royal lord, even a true royal lord like himself would not be able to catch him. With a supreme grade open heaven pill at stake, how could the royal lord be willing to let that happen? Previously, the Black Ink clan had always believed that the appearance of the universe furnace was an opportunity for the humans, and their many masters had only entered so as to spoil their chances, killing off any human race masters and weakening their overall forces. However, when he came upon a supreme grade open heaven pill by chance and advanced to become a royal lord, he understood that this was not just an opportunity for the human race, but also one for the Black Ink clan. The supreme grade open heaven pills that were born from the universe furnace held astonishing power. After discovering that there was another supreme grade open heaven pill here, he decided to gather up as much help as he could to seize it. Everything was going well at first, until Xianxia appeared out of nowhere, throwing the situation into disarray. This made the royal lord extremely frustrated. Why could they seemingly never rid themselves of this killing star? He seemed to be practically everywhere, always spoiling their plans. At this point, whether it be the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan, everyone was engaged in a messy fight. Only the pseudo-royal lord was chasing after Xianxia without letting up. That was mainly because of how powerful he was, so the average Chaos Spirit would not be able to hold him back. Seeing Xianxia break away from the battlefield, the pseudo-royal lord was also feeling anxious and circulated his aura madly to lock onto Xianxia's figure in case he was to suddenly disappear. At the same time, Black Ink's strength surged, and a series of killing moves were blasted in Xianxia's direction. The blows battered Xianxia to the point of dizziness, which was especially troublesome to his current situation where he was trying to run away and had to use space principles to do so. However, without dealing with the problem that was the space-time river, it was simply impossible for him to perform instantaneous movement. Therefore, most of his energy was spent on circulating his Tao strength and dealing with the chaos spirits and chaos entities that were trapped inside his space-time river. As for the attacks of the pseudo-royal lord behind him, he had no choice but to bear them with his body. Unfortunately, even with his potent dragon vein, Xianxia couldn't last too long. Thankfully, he still had Thunder Shadow. As soon as he saw that things were looking bad, he leapt out from his shoulders and in a flash of lightning, revealed his true body. He circulated the power of his lightning to shield Xianxia's back while fighting back against the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing them across the void. However, he could only endure for 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the lightning around Thunder Shadow's body dimmed and his aura dropped noticeably, reducing him to a panting mess. Even though Thunder Shadow was quite strong, no weaker than any peak 8th Order master, he was still far from being able to fight a pseudo-royal lord all by himself. At this point, Xianxia had also taken some time out to open up his small universe, releasing the few jellyfish chaos entities that he had left from before. Not only that, he also deployed batch after batch of small stone race clansmen. Xianxia always kept an army of small stone race inside of his small universe that he prepared in order to deal with some critical situations, but even if they could not delay their enemies for long here, he did not care. With the help of the jellyfish chaos entities and the small stone race army, Xianxia was barely able to buy himself a few breaths of time. The pseudo-royal lord's cold voice came from behind him. Xianxia, hand over the supreme grade open heaven pill or die. After receiving information from that newly advanced royal lord, the pseudo-royal lord understood what a supreme grade open heaven pill could do. At the moment, he was already a pseudo-royal lord, but if he could refine that pill, then he could become a true royal lord. This should have been his spirit pill, so how could he allow Xianxia to seize it? Xianxia, who was still fleeing up ahead, turned a deaf ear to these threats. All of a sudden, he shook the space-time river that he had been holding all this while. As the Tao strength shook, several splashes came out of the large river, accompanied by several figures. It was the chaos spirits that he had swept up previously. Usually, It would not have taken him long to eliminate these Chaos Spirit clansmen with the power of his space-time river as under the scouring of such potent Tao strength. They would quickly be ground away into dust. But the situation now was urgent, so how could Yang Kai bother wasting time and energy to eliminate these fellows? Since he could not do so, he simply tossed them out. With that, only the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme grade open heaven pill was left inside the space-time river. As Tao strength circulated fiercely, the entire river seemed to have been stimulated. The chaos entity had not been very strong to begin with, so how could it resist such corrosive power? Its body soon dissolved, and the supreme grade open heaven pill that had been in its body this whole time fell into the river. With little effort, Yang Kai easily scooped the pill out. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him shouted urgently, "Hand that pill over to me! Bite me!" Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth. Even though his aura seemed extremely drained, he still looked much more relaxed compared to before. With the trouble in his space-time river dealt with and no other external forces holding him back, it was time to go. It was at that moment that a powerful aura dissipated in the distance. Yang Kai knew that it was a sign that Luo Ting He's divine ability had expired. In other words, her 500 years' worth of cultivation had dissipated. She had not lasted 30 breaths of time, and probably not even 20. However, being able to last as long as she had was already quite a feat in itself, as she was holding back two masters with power equal or greater than her own. Without Luo Ting He's sole clone holding back his enemies, the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King were now charging over quickly. From afar, Yang Kai felt two powerful auras stretching over to lock onto him. How could Yang Kai dare to dally in this situation? He was confident that he could escape if he was only being chased by a pseudo-royal lord, but if he waited for these two to catch up to him, then he really would be just waiting for death. On the back of his hand, the great sun and moon marks appeared. Yellow and blue light flowed, gathering and transforming into a dazzling pure white light that enveloped his body, cutting off the aura of the pseudo-royal lord. Space principle surged, enveloping Thunder Shadow who had returned to his shoulder and had almost become a dead leopard. In the next instant, the void rippled and their forms blurred. "Don't you dare!" The pseudo-royal lord howled, and a fierce power was unleashed in Yang Kai's direction. His ruthless attack crashed against his fading illusory phantom, and the aftershock pierced through the barriers of the void to chase after him. In the next moment, the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King who had finally broken away from Luo Ting He's entanglement rushed over, but they were too late. From a distance, all they saw was Yang Kai's fading figure. The Royal Lord felt his heart drop. He had formulated a plan with the hopes of giving rise to a new Royal Lord, yet he never expected to have prepared a dowry for the humans instead. Moreover, the one who seized the spirit pill just had to be the infamous Yang Kai. With this loss, the disparity in strength between the two sides was going to become enormous. Fury was boiling inside of him as the Royal Lord was so angry that he could explode. Hong! A violent power suddenly blasted over. The Royal Lord stumbled as he was caught off guard and turned around in anger, only to see the Chaos Spirit King coming at him with red eyes. "What are you coming at me for?" The Royal Lord was extremely vexed. "The one who stole your spirit pill is that human. So why don't we stop here and join forces to catch him instead?" Yang Kai had only just escaped, and he was riddled with injuries, so if they chased after him now, they might just have a chance to catch up. However, this inexplicable being was picking a fight with him instead. How foolish. That said, he hadn't been able to figure out just what the hell these chaos spirits were. The humans had Blood Crow to provide them with information, so they had some basic knowledge of and could take precautions against the chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan. However, the Black Ink Clan did not have any of that. This Royal Lord had encountered many chaos entities before, but this Chaos Spirit King, who was even more powerful than him, was a first. He only knew that these strange beings were most likely native to the Universe Furnace world, but he did not know much else other than that. Based on his previous experiences, though, he could tell that the sentience of the natives was not very high. Trying to explain was pointless. The Chaos Spirit King had just lost a supreme grade open heaven pill, which meant that they had lost the opportunity for another Chaos Spirit King to be born amongst them. So, it obviously wanted to vent all of its anger on the Royal Lord. Helpless, the Royal Lord had no choice but to fight. So how could he still have any energy left to chase after Xianxia? Moreover, fighting an opponent who was stronger than himself was not a pleasant experience. What aggravated him even more was the fact that his black ink strength had only a limited use against this powerful enemy. After a few moments of fighting, the Royal Lord had the intention to run. After all, the supreme grade open heaven pill was already gone, so there was no use getting tangled up with the Chaos Spirit clan any longer. However, leaving wasn't going to be easy either. After fighting for a while longer, the Royal Lord finally found an opening to withdraw and quickly shot off into the distance. The Chaos Spirit King gave chase at once, seemingly intent on killing him ruthlessly. This naturally made the Royal Lord so depressed that he could spit blood. "Sir Royal Lord, save me!" A territory lord's wail rose from afar as he and his comrades had been surrounded by several dozen chaos spirits and were almost failing to hold on. Originally, they had a pseudo-royal lord leading them, and with the aid of a battle formation they could still defend themselves, but after the pseudo-royal lord had run off to chase after Xianxia, leaving them behind, they were struggling to fight off so many chaos spirits. Seeing that their royal lord was also about to leave, one of them couldn't hold themselves back from yelling for help. But how could the royal lord have any strength to care about them? The Chaos Spirit King was right behind him. He would have a hope of escaping if he was alone, but if he had to bring along those territory lords with him, he would most likely be caught and then killed. Even though he heard the pleas of the territory lords, this newly advanced royal lord did not have the strength to care about them right now. As his body was wrapped in a black ink cloud, he left in a hurry. Seeing that their royal lord had abandoned them, the territory lords knew they could not hold on any longer. One of the territory lords suddenly withdrew his aura and broke away from the battle formation in an attempt to escape alone. "Don't!" another territory lord shouted, but it was too late. After one territory lord took the lead, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions, leaving each of them to fend for themselves. However, they were all still surrounded by the Chaos Spirit clan. With the battle formation, they could still hold on for a while, but now that they had taken the initiative to disperse, how could they still be any match for the numerous powerful enemies around them? One by one, their auras were buried. Every last one of the territory lords was butchered. Their black ink strength and hashed remains all that was left behind. This was probably the reason why the Black Ink clan could not truly grasp the essence of the battle formations. A true cohesive unit would stick together to either cut open a path to survival or die in battle with honor. They would never choose to leave the battle formation like these territory lords. The Chaos Spirit King went after the Royal Lord while the territory lords died miserably at the hands of its Chaos Spirit subordinates. On the other hand, the one pseudo-royal lord had left, chasing after Xianxia after he escaped using instantaneous movement. Xianxia was badly injured this time, and so was Thunder Shadow, who was almost blown up in the fight. Both were quite miserable at the moment. Even though they managed to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill, they weren't out of danger unless they shook off the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after them. If Xianxia was alone, he would have nothing to worry about since he could use instantaneous movement freely. But now that he had to bring Thunder Shadow with him, and with his body so battered, the pressure on him was high. A single round of instantaneous movement would not be enough to shake off a pseudo-royal lord completely. Earlier, as soon as Xianxia re-emerged from the void, a blow was sent out by his opponent followed through the spatial corridor and hit Xianxia, causing him to stagger. From behind, the pseudo-royal lord's divine sense washed over, obviously trying to determine Xianxia's position. Xianxia grit his teeth and used purifying light in order to shield himself from his opponent's probing. Then, without stopping at all, he left again using instantaneous movement. Xianxia repeated this several times before he finally left the pseudo-royal lord's detection range, but he knew that they were not that far apart, and chasing after him was the pseudo-royal lord's top priority now, so it was best for him to hide. However, where could he hide in this vast void? If Thunder Shadow was unharmed, then they could have hidden themselves with his innate divine ability, but Thunder Shadow had almost been turned into a dead leopard. So how could he still have the energy to use any sort of divine ability or secret technique? forcing down the blood that threatened to surge up his throat. Xianxia grit his teeth and gathered his strength as much as he could while bringing Thunder Shadow along in a random direction. A few moments later, the pseudo-royal lord rushed to the vicinity of where Xianxia was previously and began searching around with his divine sense. But he did not find any traces. His face turned dark and he quickly swept away to continue investigating the nearby area. This was a matter of whether or not he could advance and become a true royal lord, so he was determined to dig Xianxia out. Even though he was currently a pseudo-royal lord, a gap still existed between him and a true royal lord. After reaching his current height, how could he not want to go further? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he did manage to catch Xianxia this time, then there was a high probability that he would be able to kill him and end his scourge once and for all. Xianxia had caused far too much damage to the Black Ink clan, and many of their people had lived under his threat in their early years, so how could anyone from the Black Ink clan not hate him to the bone? That was why he spared no effort in searching for Xianxia. Even though he had lost sight of the latter, he had no intention of giving up at all. The pseudo-royal lord even sent messages out in all directions, summoning more from his clan to join the search. For a time, many from the Black Ink clan within the universe furnace began to gather in one place, to the shock of the humans. Fortunately, the humans basically moved in groups to form battle formations, and those from the Black Ink clan had other tasks to focus on, so they did not have time to start random conflicts with the humans. However, this unusual gathering still raised the guards of the many humans as they had no idea what the Black Ink clan was up to. In the void, Tian Xiuzhu, alongside Zhan Tian, he and his other 3 companions, stopped in place and looked back from where they came, and all of them wrinkled their brows. This couldn't be helped as they had already encountered several groups of Black Ink clansmen who were converging towards a certain direction. Just like the humans, there was no longer anyone from the Black Ink clan moving alone. It had been a while since the universe furnace opened up. So, after being inside for so long, the masters of both sides should be able to find allies by now. As for those who did not, it was highly likely they had already been killed or were hiding somewhere, not daring to reveal themselves. The Black Ink clansmen that Tian Xiuzhu and the others encountered during this period were all groups of several territory lords. Even though both sides had sensed each other's presence, neither had any intention of starting trouble with the other. They just brushed by each other from a distance. Lu Feifei was more sensitive among them, so she had noticed the unusual situation from early on and could not help but ask, "Senior brother Tian, do you think senior brother Yang may be in trouble?" These territory lords had quite clearly received some sort of message to gather. Otherwise, there was no reason for all of them to be heading in the same direction. Moreover, they were all heading towards where they came from, and they knew exactly what had happened there and what was going to be happening next as well. Tian Xiuzhu had clearly sensed it as well and nodded. It's inevitable that he'll stir up some trouble by trying to snatch chestnuts straight from the fire, but there's nothing we can do to help. If they could have provided any help to him, then they wouldn't have left so easily. There was a great possibility that Xianxia might draw the attention of both the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King by attempting to seize the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill from right under their noses. When that happened, he could escape by relying on his space secret techniques, but they did not have that ability, so following Xianxia would only hinder him. But from the current situation, it seemed that things were not going too well on Xianxia's side. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be gathering so many masters. Let's go look for Ouyang Lai. Tian Xiuzhu quickly made a decision. The Black Ink clan had their royal lord, and the Chaos Spirit clan had their Chaos Spirit King. However, the human race had a 9th Order Master in the Universe Furnace as well. Only by seeking Ouyang Lai's help would they be able to provide Xianxia the capital to fight back. After making up his mind, Tian Xiuzhu was about to depart with his group when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Link!" The faces of Zhan Tian, he and the others turned serious. But there was no helping it as a powerful aura suddenly intruded into their perception. And the aura was equivalent to those of a 9th Order Master or Royal Lord. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was a pseudo-Royal Lord, as there was hardly any difference between them and a true Royal Lord in terms of aura alone. This was especially the case if their aura was fully exposed. The only difference was that the pseudo-royal lords could not fully make use of their power and could only effectively bring out around 70% of what a true royal lord could. The aura they perceived was unfamiliar, so it was obviously not a Ninth Order master. That could only mean that it was either a royal lord or a pseudo-royal lord,